Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Hawkeye Two Feathers, also known as David Knoll, and I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Um, Good morning, Saturday. I'm Friday. I'm sorry, Friday. It's in the middle of the night, and here I am, being awakened by my spirit dreams. Okay, and it's like they want me to talk about alien radios. What in the hell? You all woke me up to do a live stream to talk about alien radios, and okay, I've been woke up before in the middle of the night to do live streams for, particular subjects, but as I'm barely awake for the last 10 minutes, at the alien radios. And so here's the thing, and I get it cuz I was sort of thinking about this earlier today, but then I went into a one heck of a dream state. And so the picture that I got was SETI, the search for extraterrestrial life, right? And with all those antenna pointed at the skies, listening for radio signals. Well, but here's the thing. I have been on board with SETI for a lot of years. But I realize here in these last few years, especially as I'm gotten older at 71, and studying the things that I study, I'm like, they were talking about radio waves being broadcast across space and how long it would take for radio signals to reach us or between spaceships. Or if, we go to Mars or when we go to the moon, there's a lag in the signal. And I'm been, am I a scientist? Well, of sorts, in that I've been studying these things, without a laboratory and mulling over some of these things for a long time. Now, so alien spacecraft obviously is a lot more high tech than we know. It also means, let's be serious. Come on. That, they've got more information about physics than we do. The faster than light, right? Faster than light. They've got whatever it is they're using, anti anti gravity type machines that they're zooming around space all over the place, right? As fast as they want to go. Okay. So, but this thing about radios, honestly, let's be serious. Do you think they're using a Radio Shack radio and using regular frequencies to communicate between their spaceships and their home planet? I mean, honestly, come on now, wake up to the community. Do you think these aliens who have alien devices, meaning spaceships, exotic metals that they have difficulty producing because they're produced in space? And so here they are trying, they're communicating back and forth with each other. That's sort of, to me, an obvious thing. because there'd be 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 of them in a cluster, and they never bump into each other. So they must be communicating some way. They've got some kind of anti-bumping, uh, thing in their spaceships. But to the point though of the quantum reality. Now, folks are messing around with the AI, right? Different levels of AI. Now, I would say that if they needed to communicate with the aliens, that they should be trying to use the AI to find the quantum radio stations for the aliens. People say, well, Hawkeye, what the hell are you talking about? You're just some long-haired hippie freak down in South Georgia swamps. Yeah, but it doesn't, maybe it takes some geeky guy like me to slap y'all in the face and go, they're not using regular radio type signals. Y'all, pay attention. They have been listening for years, and the only signal they've gotten from the aliens or from another planet is a wow. That was a signal they got that spiked for a little while, and the guy wrote down beside it, wow. And that's been years ago. So here are these folkses that are trying to, listen in on the alien folk. Like the alien folk are listening to us because they've got little, Radio Shack radios that they can pick up all of our signals, right? They got a cheap TV, or they got a cell phone like I got here that, and I can listen or watch YouTube or whatever and pick up whatever's going on. They're that smart. So it kind of, listening to some of these folks talk, scientists supposedly, talk about how they're listening in, waiting on ET to talk to them. And I'm listening and going, what is wrong with this picture? Because like for years ago, I'm all on board with SETI. I am. But then here, this last couple of weeks, in thinking about some of this physical stuff, and thinking about the radio waves and so forth, thinking about alien technology and not specifically about it, but in my meditative states that I just come out of, by the way, and grandfather and grandmother want me to talk about alien technology. Geraldine, how are you? Good morning to you as well. So I'm like, well, what the heck do you mean? You're waking me up in the middle of the night to talk about this. Must be important. Well, I think that there are those of us, and I watched and listened to the Jimmy Church radio. He, about a year ago, he submitted to a regression therapy session thing. And I'm listening to him connect to the universe and so forth. And I'm like, this is the quantum. You're going into the hypnosis state. What for me, it's self-hypnosis state. Or is it induced by the aliens? Because I feel like I have been contacted over the years. I feel like I've been in a spaceship before. I have dug a something out of my leg years ago that looked a lot like some of the things that Dr. Roger Lear was taken out of people years ago. It was a little piece of rice looking thing about yay long. I never discussed it with anybody over the years because it's like, I don't have the object to be able to say, well, I dug this out of my leg. I just remember thinking it was a piece of lead that I may have gotten in high school or high school, pre-high school, and screwing around, and we were stabbing each other with pencils and crap. And I dug it out, and it did not look like a piece of lead, but I dug it out nonetheless. So, and I've got something in my leg now in my right thigh that sometimes it goes to thumping and it hurts like the dickens. And right now I'm running my hand down my thigh and I can't really feel it, but it's in there and it'll turn into a knot about that big around and hurt. So I'm not trying to claim that I am an alien abductee. All right. But after listening to some of these folks in regression therapy and so forth, and in my own, you know, um, sort of meditative state, I'm like, I've had the same types of experiences. And in listening to other people and me being in a pre-meditative state, I'm like, my psyche's going, wait, that sounds familiar. Did they come and get me? Because I have just these vivid memories of being inside a spaceship, actually a couple of them. And when Jimmy was describing where he was at and inside, I was like, other than he described the beings as being black or in the black or in the dark or something. And so mine was very bright, standing in a control room. And there's a central kind of little platform thingy or something and inside. Yep, been there. Don't know if it was the same spaceship, but absolutely been there, So, but to this quantum radio thing, everything right now that science is studying has to do with the quantum. There are a lot of other stuff going on, but there's lots of experiments going on with, working in the quantum. And in the quantum, they are also experimenting with AI, which is using the quantum to multiply and divide and you ask AI what's going on, it goes out here in the universe and it's learning stuff. It's reaching, AI is reaching its brain across the universe, literally, when the scientists and people who are typing into AI, hi Bob, by the way, that they don't really know or understand that they're communicating in the quantum with AI, but that's where the aliens are communicating in the quantum. They don't have radios that radio signals that take minutes, hours, days, months to go through space to reach another, starship. No, they have quantum radios to where when they talk, it's just like in Star Trek. When they get a line on a subspace signal, they get in touch with whoever it is they're doing. That subspace signal is the quantum, And so scientists and physicists these days really don't have a clue. And, folks like, the dude, Mr. Tyson, who talks about all this stuff and squirts around the truth all the time. This radio business is what the reason we can't hear the alien radio signals is we got the wrong kind of radio. Period. They've got these big antennas for SETI. They're sitting out in the middle of the desert and they're all tuned to to the universe, but they got the wrong kind of radio. That's what's wrong. And, for those of you who go, Hawkeye, Dave, what the hell are you talking about? Have you lost your mind? It's 2:00 in the morning and you're talking about alien radios. Yep, I am. Whether anybody, will watch this other than Geraldine, and good morning to you. But if anybody watches this other than Geraldine, I have put this notice into the quantum field myself because there's a lot of physics that we just don't know yet. I mean, let's just be absolutely honest, if we possibly can, that we don't know everything. The speed of light. Oh, Duggar, hush. To you too. He wants out. But so how do these spaceships fly around? Well, that's beyond our, physical comprehension. But to some physics persons, that is true because they don't understand it. Well, simply because they don't understand it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Oh, we can't fly faster than light. Want to bet? This idea of folding time and space, and being there in a second, in a matter of a thought, of being somewhere. Now, as a shaman in training, that's one of the things that is discussed by the old shamans. That if you can learn how to control yourself, and you've got perfect control of your body and your senses and your mind and all this, that you can compute yourself and transport yourself by thought to another location, by location, right? You can leave parts of yourself here and move yourself, your mind and your energy to another place. I have done that. But to be able to move my whole body, my whole sense and everything to another location, that's a big deal, right? But in the quantum, it happens almost instantaneously. You connect in with your brain, you can psychically connect with another person and have instantaneous conversations. When my spirit guides want to talk to me, I don't think there's a lag. I mean, a question comes up and the answer comes in instantly. So, this quantum entanglement of information happens instantly. You get the alien folks got that radio signal and they know who they need to contact. Bing, it's there. There's none of this radio waves traveling through space waiting to get there. No, 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 no. So the folks in SETI, unfortunately, God bless them for all the years of study and listening, and there's something out there. Yep, I absolutely agree. There is something out there, but they got the wrong radio, honestly. So if anybody were to watch this that has anything to do with physics, mull this over. There has got to be a quantum radio because there are quantum frequencies. Okay. If I'm picking up something from my spirit guides, that's a quantum frequency. It's coming in loud and clear. Right now, it's coming in loud and clear. And so, what a good telephone line, a good signal, good, but it's instantaneous. So these poor folks in SETI that are listening and they're beep, 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 and there's something from the universe, and oh my God, was that an alien signal? The aliens are that are circling, they're going, you bunch of dummies, we've got better radios than you do. If anything would happen these days, it would be if the aliens landed on the planet and they said, you've been using the wrong radio. If you want to talk to us, here's our little digital radio thingy. And you got to learn how to communicate with your brain and your mind in the quantum. Okay. What? Yeah, you not everybody can talk to us. It's sort of like an interpreter, the person who connects to the other person or spaceship or whatever on the other end, so they're like, okay, Captain, ask your question. Well, the captain can, if they could tune into the same quantum radio station, I submit that it's going to take a person to listen to the quantum and relate it to the captain or whoever, but their communication with whoever it is on the other end of the line is instantaneous. Okay. So, it's not like they got to dial them up. They're talking to them. They got an open line communication in the quantum field. Okay. So I submit, that because I haven't heard any of these physicists talk about using the quantum for communicating across the universe, or we're going to go to the moon again, or we're going to go to Mars again. Well, then we're going to use the same type of radios. I mean, it's like, hello, yeah. Well, we can boost the signal now. So one of the podcasts I listened to the other day, then I'm not going to drop any names. I listen to them frequently with, science stuff. And they were talking about this radio business and how the aliens must have set up relay stations in space. And that some of these asteroids and stuff, maybe the moons of Jupiter and Saturn and Mars, and that there are signal booster stations on these planets or on asteroids or near Earth objects. And that the aliens, in order to communicate with each other across vast distances, and this was one of the things that I was just like, I almost wanted to puke. It's obvious that they have set up substations. And I went, what? The alien technology is so high and so far above our comprehension at the moment, and for most of us, and it's like, you're telling me that and trying to convince people that there are these alien substations of for them to transmit signals across space. And I'm like, they're flying faster than light, or as fast as light. Instead of sending a signal with these booster stations in space, They could be there in that quick to deliver the message themselves. So the idea that this was a physicist, right, on a fairly popular, podcast show kind of thing, YouTube, discussing how important these substations would be to these alien races so that they could communicate. But they're going faster than light. So if the spaceship's going faster than light, you don't need you don't need signal boosters. Come on, pay attention. So listening to this guy was sad. Okay, my spirit guides were going, this guy's really reaching, because he can't think out of the realm of current physics, because there must be something else in the universe, and they have discovered it, and it's called the quantum. Okay, it is called the Akashic record. It is called, the source. It is, it's called a lot of stuff. But radio waves of the old days is not how we communicate across space and across to other star systems. It's in the quantum, which is almost instantaneous. Okay. Psychic energy, almost immediate. There is a deep breath and then a connection, and you're there. Project Looking Glass, where and the Montauk Project, which, if you don't know, check in on it. But these folks were learning and teaching how to remote view. All right. So what is remote viewing? Remote viewing is, guess what? It's learning how to get into the quantum to be able to push your mind to another location and to look at that location, look around and see what's there, and come back home to your avatar and write it down, draw pictures, and discuss it with your friends and neighbors. Remote viewing is using the quantum. That is the instantaneous radio signal or the phone signal or whatever you want to call it. But it ain't using conventional radio signals. They're projecting with their mind to other locations. And there's been folks that have with great success. So you can't tell me, Hawkeye, this ain't happening, because it is happening. People are still using remote viewing. They don't tell you, but they are. And so if remote viewing is working and they can verify it, and they have verified it in the past with stuff, that verifies that the quantum does exist. What? Yes. That's proof that the quantum exists. Bobo VR, is that what I see? I don't have my glasses on. Howdy. Hi, back at you. So, but this, for folks who are supposed to be intelligent scientists, they're sure missing a boat, in my humble opinion, about some of this stuff. I mean, I don't even hear them talking about it, let alone thinking about it. So it's like, wait a minute. I know a couple of people that went to FSU, okay, because I live in South Georgia. I have a friend of mine of many years who worked at the MAG lab in Tallahassee. It's world renowned for the tests and stuff they do. And we have conversations about things all the time. And he worked there for, I don't know, 10 or 15 years at the Mag Lab, doing all kinds of different experiments and helping with stuff, and it's like, so, my dear friend Tom, he's not an idiot. He's very smart, very intelligent, working with very intelligent people from around the world at the lab. And so, having these conversations, none of them are talking about, the quantum, especially in the area of communication. And I'm like, why not? Well, because it's fuzzy. It's fuzzy science. It's fringe science. Why? Because there are people who communicate almost immediately by using brain power, brain thoughts. That's in the quantum. My granny and I used to do it. I've talked about this for many years. How my little granny used to be back in the 60s and 70s before she passed away. That we would pick up the phone. I'd pick up the phone, and and Granny would be dialing the number, or vice versa. There's so many times she'd pick up the phone, I'd pick up the phone, and it'd be her on the other end, and it wouldn't even ring. That was our psychic connection between us. And she always said, David, don't tell your mom, don't tell your Aunt Shirley. Okay, Granny. I never did tell them. But the idea, though, that I have known for a long time. I'm 71 years old, and I've known for a long time. I practiced with other people about using psychic energy, and being able to communicate. And we've had very good success rates with our experiments. So it's like, just personal stuff to see how it would work out. And it worked out really well. We've got like a 98% rate with those folks that I've worked with over the years, many of which are dead now. But the idea that I'm using my cell phone. Sebastian? No, I don't play cricket. Sorry. Hola from Mexico. How are you? Mexico, the land of, excuse me, the land of UFOs. I got to let my dog out. Y'all walk with me here in the dark. Yes, go outside, for crying out loud. Holy mackerel. Yes, okay, come on. Whatever it is, go get them. Ooh. He's got the armadillo on the run. So I'm hoping that you all are doing well wherever you may be. But to continue on with this discussion about the alien radio, and for those of you who do a 20, I got mine ready, and we got a 220s coming up. So I'm hoping that physicists will open their eyes. And like I said, and if there's a couple of scientists or physicists that are talking about something on a podcast, I want to listen in and see. And I've listened to a bunch of them, and none of them are using the quantum in the communication field. Oh, well, faster than light, FTL, is, well, it could be possible. Einstein's theory, blah, blah, blah. We fold time and space, and and we take a shortcut. Okay. But if the spaceship is made of materials that can resonate, which they do because, they have burned people with, nuclear kind of burns or whatever, but isn't actually nuclear that they're getting, burnt or fried, or, there have been, I think Benny and Barney Hill, one of the first to be, the spaceship flew over their car and they got radiation burns. People who have just been nearby a spaceship have gotten radiation type burns or whatever. Well, hello, Barry. How are you? 35 minutes in and no regular. Well, Geraldine showed up. But spirits have been kicking my butt, woke me up out of a dead sleep to have this conversation about alien radios. But as I've been unraveling the information that they sent me via alien radio, because the information comes down instantly. You got one rolled, Barry? I do. So, and I've been waiting too since I woke up. I got her ready. But as I've been cogitating on this, and I have thought about this before now, today is not the first day that I thought about this. But, none of the physicists are talking about it. That's one of the things that surprises me. Now, I'm not going to any renowned school for PhDs in physics. But there's a bunch of folks out there, this word comes to mind. They're prophesizing that they know what they're talking about. Well, this in space and that, and you can't go faster than light, and you can't do this, but and they're using these, to me, outdated physics formulas. Now, I can do formulas, but math is not my subject, okay? But theoretical, physics, let's talk about this. Could this possibly work? And as an engineer and sort of a scientist in that respect, you're always, for me as an engineer, always looking for the easiest solution, but the best solution. You can make a contraption that's really easy, but it's flimsy as crap and it falls apart. That's no good. You got to make a machine, if you're a decent engineer, you got to make a machine that'll hold up a while. Now, you might make a prototype that's a little flimsy, but then you make one that'll last for years, hopefully, and doesn't require much maintenance if you're a good engineer. We got 2 minutes. Gelato 33 infused with, yum, yum. Here we go. Mine is some kind of cake. So here's the thing that I propose. Oh, this is yummy. That I propose if you want to listen to the quantum radio, you get some people who have been practicing remote viewing, because these people have been training their brains to do this feat. But because they can do it, they've learned how to connect to the quantum and to use the quantum to their advantage. Okay. So get some folks who would volunteer to tune in their little brains, come in and meditate for several hours a day, and ask the quantum, ask the AI to listen in on AI's radio stations. Like, okay, AI, I know there's folks flying around up there. Pick one that's in our atmosphere somewhere, and I want to listen in on what they're saying. Now, here's the thing. You could be listening into an alien radio signal and not understand a flippin' thing they're saying. Why? Because it would be in the quantum. So I'm sending a picture back to home base. They're sending a reply. We're going, what the hell was that? Well, for us human beings, we're yapping all the time. Captain Kirk, I just received a message from the Admiral Smutching Butch, and we're having a thing, and blah, 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 and they're yakking, right? Are aliens actually yakking to each other, or are they sending messages via thought waves using the quantum? And I would say that, what? Argentum, something about the propulsion utilization for UFOs. My Spanish is very bad. Okay. Okay, tipo de propulsión utilizan los UFO. Oops. Now, here's my 10 cents about propulsion. Okay. We've already, those of us who have been studying some of this stuff for a while, there are over 79, at least, different alien races that have visited the planet that we kind of sort of know of. They've left some kind of trails, markings, or they waved at us from the window of their spaceship. I think that not all spaceships and aliens are alike. Just like there are automobiles on this planet with different types of engines. There are 12 cylinder Bugattis. There are 3-cylinder, other kind of. So we've got all different types of propulsion units with automobiles on this planet, and and motor scooters and stuff. So, and some of them are battery operated, some of them are using diesel fuel, some are using gasoline and other devices for the propulsion, steam, whatever. But to the point, though, that don't you think that there are different types of spaceships? So, there's a spaceship, yeah, but is it the same kind of spaceship as somebody else has got? Do they go to the spaceship dealer and go, hey, I want that sport model over there? And the spaceship dealer goes, well, that's going to cost you so many bars of latinum, No, no. These folks are making their spaceships at home on their home planet, right? Now, there might be a spaceship dealer on their planet, but you go to another planet and they might not have the same kind of spaceship. They've got different kinds of ores and things to make their spaceships with. So just like now, but here's the thing. Each one of these different planets can talk to each other by using the quantum. Okay. And you go, Hawkeye, whoa, 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 hang on here. Okay, hang on just a second. Ponder that thought for a minute. And you go, Dave, why should I ponder that? And it's because anybody that's been observing some of this phenomena, as I have been watching the last 65 years, I'm 71, right? But I've been watching stuff since I was a little kid down in Tampa looking up at the stars and watching stuff zigzag all over the place. So knowing it wasn't a helicopter. So the communication with these beings from whatever planet they're on, people have been contacted and they've had psychic types of communications. I myself have had some communications with beings over the years, and I got to tell you, it's a really strange feeling. Okay. And after listening to Jimmy Church live tonight on YouTube, as I listened on Monday night, and he had a lady on that talked about, and as I've talked about, the children who wear these masks over their eyes and learn to see with their third eye. They can walk around and play ball. They can read questions on the blackboard. I mean, it's phenomenal what these children can do with their eyes blindfolded. And so they've been teaching more children to do this. And I think the lady said in South Africa, I'm not sure, but she mentioned it in Jimmy Church's radio program on Monday. I was like, that's what I'm talking about. I've been talking about that for a while. So how are these kids doing this? They're using the quantum. How can we do better in the universe? How can we communicate between us? Use the quantum. Use that psychic energy that each of us possesses. And in the shamanism, the shamans and folks and folks who are really close to the earth and so forth, they have learned how to listen to Mother Nature, which is in the quantum. You know, I could speak with a bear. I could speak with a lion. I could speak to a tree. Yeah, you can do that because you can speak to them in the quantum. Well, I don't know. That seems pretty far-fetched. Well, they're using AI in the quantum, right? There's so many other things that are being learned and taught in the quantum, about the quantum, and about quantum entanglement. We are having this conversation right now, and there's all kinds of quantum that's being entangled, you know, because I'm having a conversation, and you folks apparently are listening because it says there's a couple of you in the in the chat room, and I love y'all and thank you for stopping by and having a conversation. Free energy ether. Well, yeah, absolutely. They're Tesla proved, and so have a lot of other people. And I played around with it a little bit, but I don't. There are other people who are going after this free energy thing, and I'm more of a watch and learn. But you go up so high in the universe. There are people that have put a wire at about 15, 20 feet up and just around their yard. And because of the frequencies and things flying in our atmosphere, it actually picks up low voltage, but it's there and it's consistent and it doesn't have to regenerate. It's always there. And there was a guy I watched years ago who had done this thing in his backyard, and he wanted to supply energy to his shop for his experiments. Low voltage, but still. So he was getting about 5 or 6 or 8 volts. You know, he wasn't getting a full 12 volts from this wire in the sky. So he put in a booster. So it came in as about 5 or 6 volts or whatever, and he boosted it up to like 15 and sent it to his shop. Well, that 15 volts, because it was, 50 feet from where his collector was. And when it got to his shop, then he could take that 15 volts and turn it into 12 or 6 or 9 or 3 or whatever he was working with. So he was like, it's always there. Now, if he tried to hook up too many things at a time, I think he had an issue with you know too many things on the circuit at one time. So if he added too many things, the voltage was still there, but it would drop. So, but anyway, so there is energy in the ether, and it is free if you know how to work it. I've been a proponent of 12-volt stuff for a long time, or at least 24. There are RVs that never have to, well, I say never, but there's water pumps and this and that and all kinds of stuff that is 12-volt, and also, the propane. Well, what about propane? Well, the Earth has a lot of gas. We have a lot of gas. As an old person, I pass gas now more than I ever have in my whole life, for crying out loud. But with all this gas we have, we can heat and do things with it. There's a type of refrigeration that's really old, and it's using, I can see the chemical, but I can't. Ammonia. Ammonia, very common. And they make refrigerators that are made with ammonia inside, and you can make them cool with a candle. Because my travel trailer that I had back in the 70s and 80s, and most of these have a pilot light. So, if you're not connected to electricity, you go outside your trailer and open up the little panel there and light the pilot light for your gas stove. Wait, what? I'm sorry, your gas refrigerator. Yep. So you can have a refrigerator that runs off of heat rather than electricity. So, for me, what is the future? The future is we learn how to use these old technologies and quit trying to convert everything to AC. The new light bulbs they've got these days are LED. So it takes 120 volts to the light fixture. And then the light fixture inside's got little diodes and everything that convert the AC power down to DC in order to light the LEDs inside the light bulb. So they're already DC power. We're already using DC things. So, but what if you just ran DC electricity to your house? You can grab a hold of it and get a little tingle, but you're not going to get electrocuted, and it's easy to produce 12-volt electricity. Let me find my glasses. I can't read what y'all are writing. The screen is too small. So these things exist in the quantum. Huffon Leak project years ago, Spirit Box, he made something about Tesla in the other side building, something to communicate. It was a long time ago. Didn't go to school much, so I'm Homer. What is it? Ammonia, ammonia refrigerators. Yeah. And they started to make a few years ago ammonia type refrigeration systems for air conditioners. So my thing would be, how can we use something as simple as ammonia? It is caustic, but you can get around that. But that you can refrigerate with the heat of a candle. I mean, seriously, the pilot light looks just like what looks like a candle burning, you know? And so, you know, we've got millions of RVs out there that already use this quote technology. Futuro S to Tesla utilize the energy, leave another in the ether is if I get this right, you're saying the future terminated to Tesla utilizes energy in the ether that's infinite. If I got that right, Argentinum, or sort of. Input bridge breaks down the voltage. That's the diode thing. You mean when the energy's coming in and you got to drop it? Yeah. And they have these little voltage regulators, and these things are tiny. They're tiny little dudes, you know? And so you take 15 volts, you know, that I get out of my solar collector, I got to drop it down to 12 so I don't burn out my batteries. And, you know, so here's this tiny little, you know, there's a diode, but there's this tiny little voltage regulator. Now, in my old pickup truck, the voltage regulator was a box about this big with coils in it and everything, you know. So there are different types of voltage regulator, but boy, they've come a long way in how big these suckers are, right? Because my old 51 Chevrolet had this, you know, I probably still got one in my shop, but a box about this big with two coils and finger type contacts, spring loaded. So when the coil acted right, the arms would come down and connect with the contacts. You know. So, but anyway, but nowadays, so if we took old methods of heating and cooling and lighting, and with the new methods they got now with like LED and so forth, you know, and I think I was one of these folks. I think people use too much. Their houses are too bright. Our eyes open up. You know, you get 100-watt bulb, and your pupils are dilated to the max, and then they have to come back down, and they go back up, and you get used to seeing with a 100-watt light bulb, and your eyes are dilated all the time. So when you turn off the lights, you're bumping into stuff a lot. But see, this light bulb over here is like a 25-watt bulb. I use low wattage because it doesn't hurt my eyes and it doesn't give me headaches, especially like the LEDs do, that white light. You know, my eyes and our bodies, I can testify for mine, but not for somebody else's. But I know that having this yellow light from a regular incandescent bulb is like, you know, it feels good, you know. So can we communicate on the quantum? Absolutely, because we're already doing it. The folks who've been using, you know, remote viewing have been using the quantum fields and the quantum entanglement for as long as they've been remote viewing. Okay. And for centuries, there have been people who've been doing this. And there are people who've been burned at the stake because they had these particular gifts. We all have these gifts of being able to connect with the quantum. It's just how we do it. Got to catch up with Barry. So there is free energy in the universe, in our atmosphere, absolutely. Too many people have tested it other than Tesla. And I mean, they're still playing with this stuff out there. Yes, Tesla said we can pull the power from the atmosphere. Right. And I wish that I could find the guy that I watched years ago where he put wires up around his backyard and connected them down to a voltmeter. And he was getting a consistent, it didn't matter. And so, but what Tesla said was that at certain heights in the atmosphere, there are certain frequencies. Well, he could only get so high, like say 10 feet. And he ran it all the way down to, there was one guy that ran as an experiment just to see what was out there. He ran some old wire down his fence line. He ran it down and back because he had a bunch of it, and hooked it up. And lo and behold, he was getting low DC voltage consistently and all the time. And he was like, wow, what do I do with this? Well, there is earth energy. Hutchinson and his buddies played with this years ago, where they put a bunch of rocks in a container and put, electrodes on either side and connected it up. And lo and behold, there was voltage just in rocks from the yard. Okay. So there is electricity all around us. But the thing is, this free energy is low voltage. That's why nobody's interested. Hutchinson and his buddies, they were like, oh, look at this voltage. Yeah, but it was low voltage. What do you do with low voltage? Well, if you change everybody's mind we even have DC motors. I bought this little fan thing over there. It runs off of 3 volts. It runs off of a USB, and there's all kinds of stuff that runs off of USB power now, which is 3 volts. So if you're getting 5 volts out of earth batteries consistently, but you've got all these little devices that are powered on 3 volts, well, wait a minute. Now you're using earth batteries, which is free, to power your devices. Well, wait a minute. Hang on. Where you don't have to convert the 5 volts from the earth to AC power to power a transformer to drop the back down to 3 volts for the USB. No. No, you work out a deal to where you put a little voltage regulator in there. So you got 5 volts coming in, but it maxes out and it'll only let 3 volts through. What? So now you can power devices, charge your phone and everything with an earth battery, or with one of those antennas that are, it's advised to go at least 6 foot. But for every bit you go up, there's more energy in the atmosphere. Yes, people are still doing tests, and I don't have a place to string it where it wouldn't be in the way. That's my issue. And I've got a bunch of wire, So, but one of these days, I'm going to find a couple of trees to be able to stretch it up high enough and just see for myself. So it's been an hour and 4 minutes. And mine was going to use neodymium magnet spinning a wheel. I thought of a device that I found in an experiment was already done. Yeah. People are doing this stuff left and right, but see, hey, Jabez, but see, the voltage that they're getting is in the DC range. And Barry, I've been talking about this for a long time. We all need to change our thinking on power. If we can, I've got some LED lights outside that run off of 12 volts that can light a football field. you know? And so why should we, I'm talking about the quantum and right now using Earth energy and Tesla type energy to give us light. But in the 12-volt range, here's this here's this diode, basically, the LED that will light a football field, and now they're using LEDs to light football fields because of the lower power consumption, and the whole deal with that, and the white light, it's a brighter white than you can get from an incandescent type bulb. And so science has come a long way in lighting, especially, even LED fluorescent tubes now. Many of the fluorescent tubes are not fluorescent anymore. They are LED. Sure, ask. Don't know if I can answer it, but we're talking about drawing free energy from different means. Yeah. What is the smallest unit of energy in quantum mechanics called? Oh, I don't know. I can't answer that. It's in the middle of the night, and I might know the answer, but I can't answer it right now. I will come out of a deep meditative sleep to do this video. So a quark, that might be it. Yeah, quark. And see, I knew the answer sort of, but didn't, because I'm still half asleep and I'm doing a 20. But also, elderberry there, Barry, I was listening to a couple of physics dudes the other day, and they're talking about, using the the particle accelerators, and they're talking about that there are quarks, and then now there are like nano quarks or mini quarks or something. So there's like a big quark with a bunch of little ones attached to it. And I was like, what? It is 2:47 here on the East Coast of the USA in South Georgia. It's 15 minutes to 3. Yep, 1:47. But so anyway, in thinking about this, the quantum, for me, I'm bad about names anyway, but thanks, Barry. So, but here are all these particles, and from a shaman's point of view, I've understood that there are these energies out there. And for a bunch of years, I've been talking about, because, me and my friends have practiced, um, psychic energy and dabbling in that almost all of my life at 71. So that, I understand that there are these column particle fields, if you will, because they're tiny little particles that carry this information, right? I think. And there might not be any particles at all on the quantum, but if there is a particle in the quantum called a quark, then obviously there are particles in the quantum. So I see this sort of like surfing in the quantum on these, particles, but they go really fast. It's like, bing, they're there, at a blinding pace and at a blinding speed. These quarks are traveling or operating or discussing, dollars per second or 10K per hour. What? I don't understand, Jabez. Dollars per second or 10K per hour. My personal belief is current physics does not understand anything about faster than life. They come up, there are folks that are trying. But I think that this, the speed of light, and they never talk about this, but the speed of light is not necessarily a constant. And the speed of light is an average. When I found this out, well, it's probably going on 10 years ago now. It means, would you rather get $1 per second or get 10K per hour? Oh, I don't know. It would depend on who's trying to scam me and are they really going to pay me? Because I've been cheated too many times. Well, which one would you choose? Well, we'll take this one. Well, at the end, they go, ha, 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 you don't get that. So, but anyway, that's, I'm jaded. Neither. Because if I choose either one, I'd have to pay that extra money into the IRS. Then I'd have to claim, then, damn it, I'd have to claim income tax and shit. Don't want to do that. I'm too old for that. I'm on Medicare, Medicare. For older people, we got Medicare. You don't care, but we got Medicare. Hey, Travis. Yeah, I've been on for the last hour. Like, well, what's up, buddy? But no, but the spirits woke me up this morning, I mean, literally just a little over an hour ago, and said, here's your subject you're going to talk about. And I'm like, what? Alien radios. Now, but to the point though of alien radios, I've been inside radios and stuff over the years, and the little tuning devices that are in this, you know? And it's like, so in the quantum radios, which I would bet that they have, do they tune the radios in a similar fashion? And Hawkeye, what the hell? And why are you even asking that? Well, because the quantum is such a large field of space kind of thing. Do you need to narrow your signal down like a radio signal and to one particular wavelength, we'll say, frequency, which it is in real radio? So you're tuning that dial to that frequency of your favorite radio station. Now, that radio station puts out that frequency because the FFA, federal, anyway, the folks that control the airwaves, you got to be consistent, and they will test the radio stations. They go around, there are people who drive around and do nothing but listen to the radio to see whether or not Q102 has got the correct, 102 thousand watts of power, and how far that the area that radio station can actually transmit in. So they go. There are folks that drive around to check these things, with meters and so forth. That check the strength of radio stations. So they don't overlap. So this goes on. This has been going on for a long time in the United States. I don't know about other countries, but so this does exist. They can check the strength of the radio signals, or and the frequencies of radio broadcast. All right. So if they can do that, and they do, and they have for a long time, so there are these frequencies. So an AM station can send a frequency out, and it reaches so far, and that's as far as it goes. It reaches. When I worked at the radio station in Camilla, it just could reach Moultrie 30 miles away. It was such a low powered station that it only carried basically the county in which it was in. And uh, I'm trying to think of what county. Camilla, anyway, and Newton. But anyway, so what the county that it was in. So, there were only so many people that could hear the radio station. You could barely pick it up in Moultrie, just barely. And so, and in the evening time, you could hear it better because there wasn't other stations, but you still had to drop the power, to like 500 watts. I mean, there are people riding around with 500 watts of stereo equipment in the back of their cars right now. Um, you had a weird dream too, actually, about a radio just as I left a weird house that had 4 glass doors as the front door. That's interesting. So you were having issues with radios too, huh? And got woke up. Now, see, to me, that right there says that there was something in the quantum, because it was really weird about what was going on in the dream. Old radio with 10 knobs. I tried turning it down, but it went all the way up. I got you. Mine the radio was loud in this one, and it was on a really strange radio station, and it was bugging me. It was like, yeah, and I was trying to find the tuner knob myself. So we had similar instances that were going on in the quantum tonight or this morning, like right now, just the two of us, just the two of us. We can, just the two of us. Yep. You and I. You going to put a camera surveillance on your chickens? Something's getting them, huh? Do you think it's people's, Barry? So I was thinking, they woke me up with this thing, and it was all I could see was SETI. All I could see was this rows and rows and rows of discs pointed to the universe. And I was grinning, going, them folks have been studying all these years. Yeah, I know it's bad, Jabez. I got heart issues. I got a crap load of medicines over here I've been taking. So I just took them before I came on air, by the way. But, yes, smoking is bad for you. And so's boredom. So's boredom. God almighty. 71, living by yourself with a dog in the swamps. I do live down in the swamps down here. And, it breaks the monotony. Cheers. You know, I don't drink, I cuss sometimes. Well, something bit the ass feathers out of Bobby. Oh, no. You know, depending, possums will, you know, possums like to eat the gullet. You know, they'll break them open and just eat their gizzard kind of thing and leave the rest of the chicken. Um, yep, so is boredom. That's right, Jabez. How you doing? Jabez, can you say where you're from, what country or whatever state? They attack each other like that. Sometimes. Oh, so the feathers are missing us. So somebody got a mouthful, huh? Yeah, them damn critters. Now, do you have a roof over your pan, Barry? I'm assuming that you do. So if so, then it can't be something that flew in. So it's got to be something that crawled in. Yes, to the roof. I think we talked about that before. So it can't be an owl or anything like that. You have different kind of critters up there in Missouri, and you might have actually some weasels that can get in really small spaces. So you should look for weasel tracks. Um, um, because a fox can get into a really small place too. But and you thought about weasels? I would look because a weasel don't need but a hole about that big. You know, it can just about squeeze through a fence. So yeah, and they would have a tendency to bite and grab a hold of something, and if all they got was feathers, that under the coop, yeah, maybe. Or look for places because they will dig a hole to get under. Absolutely. Now for my chicken coop, um, I had uh, I had possums literally drop in. There was a place in the roof and I got um, chicken wire on over the roof for the roof, and there was a rusty spot. Found it, pushed it in, and literally hung from the chicken wire and grabbed a hold of a post and crawled in. So I didn't know that they were getting in until I saw the that possum hanging from his tail. So I would check just in case there's anything overhead they might have, because a possum can go to the thickness of a two by four. I saw a possum go through a hole the thickness of a two by four, turned its head sideways, and squeezed itself through there, and I would have never believed. What kind of dog is it, Jabez? Spike. I'm thinking of an old cartoon. Actually, it might have been a Tom and Jerry. Spike was the bulldog, and the mouse was always running out. So, for those of us who have raised chickens over the years, like Barry does, we've had chickens missing, disappeared, um, just literally, it seems like they've disappeared out of nowhere. And I have wondered whether or not they have disappeared into the quantum. Whether it's because I had like 20 chickens one time and came home from a weekend away, which was not unusual for me. I came home and all the chickens were gone. And if they if they put up a fight with me just going in the chicken pen, feathers would be all over the place, you know. And I came home and 20 chickens are gone, and there wasn't a feather anywhere in that chicken pen or outside of it. No signs of struggle. It's almost like a UFO came over and said, "Look, nobody's home, chickens." And they all disappeared at one time. I ain't lying. I mean, it's just uncanny, weird, and strange, and all of that kind of stuff. And so there are those of us who have chicken thieves. Yeah. He's a golden retriever. I had a golden retriever way back in the day. It was a good dog. Strider was his name, my golden retriever, named after the Strider in The Hobbit, who later became king of the Three Kings thing, you know. But anyway, he was the forest guy. Chicken thieves, absolutely chicken thieves. You know, I remember back in the day that we stole a chicken and killed it and cooked it up, and found out later on our neighbors knew it because we were literally starving to death. There wasn't anything in our house, and there were two of us trying to eat. And we stole that chicken when it would have been a lot better to have swiped some eggs, because the chicken laid eggs. We should have took that, swiped the chicken and not killed it, but waited till morning when it popped out an egg. I have family members who are gay, and so it doesn't bother me. But the pushing that the community's doing and forcing us to go into it, I'm not for that at all. I'm a free thinker from way back. I'm a tree hugging hippie. And relatives who are gay, and many friends who are gay over the years, classmates, schoolmates, etc., and people I've met since then. Don't care. But when they force it on you like they're doing out there and this and that, trying to, I'm not on that at all. That needs to go away and stop. Yeah, see, I'm an ex Catholic, and I disagree with the Pope that they should bless the unions. Because as a Catholic, as a true, sure enough, follow the Bible, then I feel that the LGBTQ community go to another church. But the Pope's all in on this stuff, you know. But for me, no, I'm sorry. The Bible states so. No, you can't come to the church and get saved or whatever like you would like to, because you've broken you've broken a rule. I'm sorry, you love each other, and I mean, the amount of gay priests in the Catholic Church, especially the ones that pedoed me, you know, it's like, so queerism is all over the place, and damn those priests that diddled me and some of my friends and family members. So, the rights of the LGBTQ folks, do what you want to do, but in the Catholic Church, especially, the original stuff says no. And the Pope now is trying to destroy the Catholic Church and doing a really good job. And many people, within the Catholic Church want to go back to, pre-ecumenical council in 64. And, I was an altar boy in 64, at Most Holy Redeemer in Tampa. So, but this idea of what's going on with it, I'm sorry. The church says, the Bible says, and as the Catholic Church is supposed to follow up with the Bible, then, I'm sorry, and I know folks from Tampa Catholic who are gay. So it's like they can't get married within the church, but they know it. They're like, sorry, um, we're gay, but and we're sort of Catholic, but basically because they love each other and that's sorry, um, they love each other and have been together for 40 some years and but they basically, can't get communion at the Catholic Church. Well, but that's their decision. If the church rules and states and the Bible says, then no. I'm sorry. No. Go to a church who would accept you. But the Catholic Church, so now the Catholic Church is like, well, it's okay. Y'all can come over here and we'll give you a little blessing. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not against the LGBT. I'm not against the folks, but I am against the churches that bend to them because it states in the Bible. That's why. What was the best day of your day? What was the best day of waking up from a heart attack? That was my best day, waking up from a heart attack. What do you think about heterosexual? What gender is that? I'm a guy. That's all. I'm a guy. My pronoun is Mr. How about that one? My pronoun is Mr. MR period. Mr. I don't know about anybody else. They can be a Mrs. They can be a Mrs. Pretend. I don't care. You know. Uh, but to the point. Plus what? No lock. XX and XY, girl and boy. Yep. But anyway, so back to the quantum thing. So in this radio business, and I have worked for several radio stations in my lifetime as an announcer. Not trying to brag, but I just love doing radio, and I was fortunate enough to work for two or three, or maybe four radio stations, actually five radio stations down here in my lifetime, and now they're all on computer. So, but which is a shame. You know, Live DJs is like, to me, that still is the deal. And at 71, if there's a decent DJ that's live, it's like, oh man, I'm gonna tune in and listen to them. Uh, it was listening to the radio coming back from the doctor the other day, and it's a female announcer person, and she played two songs back to back, and the segue as far as a radio a DJ is concerned, the segue it was perfect. I was like, that chick knows how to do it now, you know and so if you're playing two songs back to back, you try to find the second song that that is mellow or up or whatever, so that the segue between the two songs, matches in some way. They collaborate, or what, I can't think of the word right now because it's the middle of the night and I got a little stoned. But she hit it right on the numbers. And I was like, there's so many computers out there that don't understand that um, nuance with music, but DJs learned how to play different songs and the segue between them it was like, oh man, that match just perfect. And you play this song right after this one. Oh man, that's killer. But the new computers and stuff and radio waves and frequencies, the computers don't know the nuances of how the song begins or ends and how it connects with the previous or the one after it, you know, in that segue of the universe, you know. So that's in the DJ personally, you know. Now you can, if somebody knows the songs well enough, you know, as the DJ that types in which songs to play and in what order, they can say, well, you know, this song and this song, man, they go together well. So they program it that way. But AI, and if you've just got songs in a list that the computer chooses from, it might change, you know, it might play something real mellow and this and that. And the next song is like, dang, 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 you know. And so the computer doesn't know the content of the songs. Now, AI might learn those songs and be able to combine them in such a way like DJs did and still do, but just not as many of them. Uh, do you think aliens are real? Oh, absolutely. And not just one or two races, a bunch of them. I think of it like this. You know, there are other aliens within our own solar system. When you look at the LASCO, um, at the sun, the satellites, the satellites that look at the sun and watch the, you know, the 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 solar flares and everything. If you watch around the sun, because the sun be down here and there's all this space, if you watch, there's all kinds of things streaking back and forth all over the place. And they call some of these things sun diving comets. Well, there are things that streak away from the sun and streak across the satellite view and the this and the that. Those are spaceships. They travel sometimes 2 and 3 and 4 to cluster and will go across the screen. If you just look at 1 or 2 frames per day, there are these spaceships flying all over the place. You can see them on the satellite images, but they don't talk about what those streaks are. Oh, those are rocks. Well, if they're rocks, how come they're coming away from the sun? I mean, they're coming away from the sun. Oh, well, those are sun diver coming. They're this. No, those are spaceships. They're spaceships. You got to admit it because they're going this way and up and down and across, and they're really zipping because in one frame, they go from here. Here's the sun. My nose is the sun, okay? And so here's a spaceship, and in one frame, it goes from here to there in one frame, okay? So what's the distance? The sun is huge. And so here are these things that are zipping all around the sun and in front of it and beside it and all this. And if I could, I can't do share screen with this, my cell phone and my computer's out. And so it's like, but if I could share screen, but just go look at the pictures of the sun and look what's going on around the sun. Those streaks are spaceships. So we've got stuff going on in our solar system like you just wouldn't believe. There have been folks that said, you know, if you could see what's out there just beyond our atmosphere, that there's all kinds of stuff out there, just all kinds of stuff. And so, but there's all kinds of stuff that's flying by the sun at any particular moment, day or night. There's stuff flying around, and sometimes there's a bunch of stuff. So this idea that there's nothing out there is just silly. It's just silly, you know. Years ago, I was like, oh no, I don't know if they really exist. And then when they put those satellites up, and I started doing research myself, and if you look at some of my really early videos, we discussed some of this stuff 5, 10 years ago, you know, and I've been talking about it ever since. All you got to do is look at what's on the satellites. Look at the satellite images. You don't have to believe me. Go out there and look and go, holy shit. You know, there's a one that looks exactly like the Starship Enterprise. I mean, it's got the things in it, and it streaks across just like the, you know, in the preview of the shows when they show it streaking off. You know, it's like, what? That's going on our satellite images now, you know? And there'll be one of those Starship Enterprises up here that zip by, and there's one, a little one down here, and, you know, it's all the time. So our solar system is very busy. Now, so do I believe in aliens? Yeah. So how many is out there? Look at the stars. Just look at the stars. For every star system out there, there is the potential. Well, it doesn't have an Earth atmosphere. Doesn't matter. There are beings that live, you know, with different types of atmospheres and things. They, you know, not all animals, you know, cows eat grass and stuff, you know. They're big animals. You think, oh my God, you know, they're going to eat me. No, you know, just like the dinosaurs, there were huge dinosaurs who were plant eaters. It's the same thing. So um, that's part of an example. But so if a planet doesn't have vegetables, then it might be that all the inhabitants, if they're not, if there aren't any vegetables, that they must eat something to nourish them. So what if there are, you know, minerals or something that they consume, and the minerals keep them alive, you know, in some kind of, you know, whatever, uh, something leaching from a cave wall that, you know, that they can collect and drink, and it keeps them alive like manna from heaven, you know. But who knows? But for every star that's out there is the potential not only for life of a different kind, maybe similar to us, but I would say, wow, look at all the variations, like plant life on Earth. Look at all the variations of plant life. Look at all the different types of fish in the ocean. I mean, for crying out loud. And you say, well, there's only one kind of alien. Bananas? Come on now. You know, we got to be smarter than that. And they're zipping around because you can see them on the satellites. Okay. And they're zipping by and doing all this stuff. And they're defying our current physics because they zip across, you know, the screen, you know, and how many millions of miles is that? How big is the sun? And in one frame, this spaceship goes by. One frame. That's quick. It ain't poking along like doodly 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 doo. Ooh, there's our satellite. Ooh, it's going so fast. And these things are zipping past it and make, you know, what? So faster than light should be obvious. Okay. But the scientists who look at the sun and look at the anomalies that are going on with the sun can't discuss the spaceships that are flying around it. Ooh, look at that solar flare. Yeah, well, look at the spaceships that were flying around it. What? Oh, they don't talk about that. They only talk about the solar flare. Well, but if you look a little closer, there's all kinds of spaceships. So, but then what? You know, it's been going on for years. But they never talk. No scientist. There was one of these, like, what the fudge, um, uh, YouTube channels, and the guy was looking at stuff, and they were looking at different things, and he was getting in touch with this lady physicist, right? Astrophysicist. And she's trying to explain what these anomalies are. And over the course of a year or so, and every time they had a show on, I would watch. And she was, trying to explain it with natural science. And I'm like, I would type in the thing, it's aliens. That's not a natural phenomenon that you're trying to explain. It's coming away from the sun at a breakneck speed, and it's been recorded on one of these, uh, devices that's out there. And so, what's your answer? Well, it must be a comet, that got thrown around the sun and is headed out towards us at at a 500,000 miles an hour. Is really booking it. What? Well, wait a minute now. And they were trying to, God bless them, and they all of a sudden there was one anomaly, and I was in there, and I would very calmly not get on anybody's ass as a troll, but I would just say that anomaly is alien. That anomaly is a UFO, and that's all I would say. People would go, oh, that's a comet, that's a thing. And me and just one or two other people would go, that is alien. That is an alien object, not necessarily a UFO, but you can explain it with your astrophysics. So it must be some type of alien something because it's traveling. You can explain why it's going away from the sun, how it just flew past the sun, and and is now on one of your monitoring stations, and is flying like a bat out of hell, away from the sun. Wait a minute. Oh, when it changed direction, by the way. What? When it changed direction, you go, wait a minute, comets and stuff don't do that. So now the astrophysicists are scratching their head. Why? Because they can't claim that what they're seeing is alien in origin of some type. They can't say it. They're not allowed to say it. As soon as she would say, well, this looks like a something, something, and the only conclusion is, and there would be this long pause. And I would sit, and I was literally, I could feel from my heart, I'm like, I really pity you, honey, because you can't say what you know is real. You can see it with your eyes. You are trying to explain an unnatural phenomena as natural. And she couldn't do it. And I was like, type in the thing, it's alien, you know. Oh, blah, blah, blah. And they try to, it's alien. So for every star that's out there, I believe that there is a civilization, whether they're in a spaceship or not. But because we've been on this planet for, a good long time, and we're just barely breaking, the atmosphere out yonder. So we're not a threat yet. Come on, let's go for a ride. I can't read the stuff. I gotta go let my dog in. But so I think there are thousands of races of beings that are out there in the universe. What you doing, Duggar? He went out there and chased the armadillo around a little ways. But in this world of aliens and things, I absolutely believe it, because the things that I have seen personally and voices in my head that said, Dave, go outside and look up. I get up and go outside and look up and holy crap, and the alien vessel that has been over the waters south of Florida over here that I've been observing for several years, it's sort of like a diamond shaped. And there are sort of lights across it, but it flickers. And as an astronomer, I've got several telescopes and things to view at the sky. And as a Cub Scout, Boy Scout, we had little tests that we had to learn about the constellations and so forth. So I've been watching the sky for 60 some odd years now. And and the earth is still wobbling, by the way. The full moon where it's at right now, and where Jupiter and Pleiades and Orion are, the earth has wobbled again. So but at least it's being consistent. But so in watching all of these natural things, like the people in the old days, that there wasn't anything to do at night but to sit by the campfire and watch the stars and talk about the stars and pass songs along and stories, and so, but by watching the stars, they learned things. They learned patterns. And they learned, like the Dogon tribe today, and like the Hopi and several other, tribes, believed that the ancestors were from the dog star Sirius, you know. And so let's all get serious. These ancient elder folk have talked about our ancestors are from the stars and exactly where in the sky. So it's not like, oh, well, I heard my grandpa come from from outer space. Really? Well, yeah, my uncle, he was always talking about outer space. He said, look down on Earth, and he said there'd be one of them continental things down there he'd be looking at. And he said he could find Florida, and he could find Argentina, and anyway, my uncle, yeah. Mm-hmm. He was all about outer space. He was out. He's crazy. He's crazy. He was so crazy. He was in outer space. Yeah, that was my uncle. Mm-hmm. Yeah, uncle. Mm-hmm. All right. So people, I'm that uncle. I'm the one that talks about outer space. And hey, Katniss, how you doing? Blessings to you, sweetie, and peace be upon you. That is my sure enough passing it around. Uh, my buddy came over today to borrow my pressure washer, and we're very much into the peace be unto you, blessings and peace to you, And he says people are like going, what? Peace? Wow, that's a pretty, interesting thing to say or to pass along to somebody. So, but anyway, right on to you and all of y'all that are watching, always, peace be unto you, my brothers and sisters. And I wholeheartedly believe that. But so this alien thing with the radios and the quantum and this, some of these folks who are talking about new age materials. I've talked about this before, but I'll bring it up again. And what a couple of years ago when there was that big dump of stuff uh, on the internet. I think it's still out there when Edward Snowden and all of them, and they dropped a bunch of stuff. And who's the guy that's still in jail? And they dropped all these things, all the information. And I went diving into the miscellaneous category. When you went on the website, it had politics and this, Democrats, Republicans, all these things listed, and I went down to miscellaneous. Then I went through there and I found that there were dozens of patents for exotic materials, dozens of patents, because as a machinist and as a metallurgist myself over the years and an engineer, here are these exotic metals that were classified for over 20 years. So the Army, Navy, Air Force, whoever has had privy for at least, and that was 10 years ago. So they've had privy to these exotic metals for 30 years, where mainstream America don't. And I used to work in an airplane factory in Mall Aircraft in Moultrie, and for a couple of years, and I worked at different stations inside the factory. I built tail wheels. I worked as a machinist. I worked in the making doors. I worked, partially with upholstery and stuff, and the airframe itself, because you had to fit the doors to the airframe. So I've worked in the airplane industry, not in the like with Boeing. But I have worked with Ford and Chrysler and Nissan and Honda in the automotive business as an engineer. So where there are a lot of similarities in that, they're looking to make their aircraft or cars as light as possible, but still maintaining a strength factor. There are, different types of metals for the engines so that they don't wear down and blow up like they used to back in the day. If you had a car engine that lasted 75,000 miles on an old vehicle, you were lucky. It'd be burning oil and all. And now you can get 275,000 miles on a vehicle like my truck, and it doesn't smoke or burn oil, you know? So God bless them engineers. But so, with that said, times change and materials change. And so, for 30 years, the government has had access to a bunch of exotic materials that they don't tell mainstream Americans or the rest of the world. It's a secret kind. And you say, well, what difference does that make? Well, if you've got a better type of metal for your braking system on your car, and they don't make it available to the car industry, and so that your brakes could fail, where if you have this different type of material, just the material, just how it's made, that could say, and it'd be lighter and actually cheaper for the car industry in the long run, but they won't release it because it's a secret, you see. Oh, so part of this UFO thing that they're trying to bring out and have the government talk about, there are things that are already out there that folks see. For me, I'm digging in an area called miscellaneous, and um, here are all these classified patents on different types of materials. Well, that could be material for a tank or an airplane or this, or so having worked in the aircraft industry, you mean there's something lighter but stronger than aluminum? Seriously? And it's easier to work with, or is comparable to aluminum, but it's lighter and stronger and impervious to this and this. You mean you've got this stuff and you won't let it out to the rest of the industry? We can make wings out of this stuff for all kinds of aircraft to improve their flight and their this and their strength, and you guys are hiding this? Well, what about cars? You mean you can make car doors out of this new type of thin material, and that you could literally, a semi, if a semi hits you, you would just bounce off. It couldn't crash. It wouldn't, it wouldn't crumble. It wouldn't fold. What, you know, um, so they've got stuff like that just in metals. Okay. God knows what in other types of things, right? Like maybe food processor or whatever. But to the fact that they have had dozens of metals classified, that for me is like, wow, well, what are they using this stuff for? I mean, they've got all these different classifications. If they're making them, they got to be using them for something inside engines, or maybe maybe they're, some of these metals are, and can you utilize some kind of anti-gravity, that you can't magnetize them, you know, sort of like titanium. Titanium is non-magnetic, you know, like aluminum. Aluminum is non-magnetic, So it's like only steel or anything that has ferrous in it, it could be, partially magnetic. So, but what if you had a material that could become magnetic? In other words, there have been discussions about how there's a quantum field around the metal. So you have to have a special kind of metal that the spacecraft is made out of that receives like a radio signal. This is all related. So it receives like a radio signal that envelops the spacecraft or whatever the craft is or whatever the metal is. So, it emits this signal, and here's the thing to sort of support my theory. Why I've asked this question, and that's sort of my sort of answer is this. Why, if I'm looking up at the sky at night and I see this object, moving across the sky, and I have checked with my computer and it ain't a satellite, because there are programs that will tell you where the satellites are at any particular moment, where they're crossing and whatever. So it's like, I'm looking up there and go, nope, that's not a satellite. That's because the satellite is moving this direction, and what I'm watching is moving this direction. So you go, well, wait a minute, that's something else up there. Well, now, why is it glowing? And sometimes it's white, and sometimes they're sort of orangish, and sometimes they're like changing colors. Okay. So now, what would create this? They saw an orb that was glowing. Well, why was it glowing? Honestly, why is it glowing? Is it glowing so other spaceships see it? Now, a lot of folks, and I'm part of this, I would agree with, that if they're up so high in the atmosphere that the sun is reflecting off of the spaceship, and that's what makes them glow. But now, what about the spaceships that change color, that get brighter and then dimmer. And then they go get brighter and they get dimmer. What about the spaceships that are seen in the middle of the night or early in the morning, and they're not really up very high so that the sun could be reflecting off their bottoms? So why can we see them flickering or have some kind of, dare I say, aura around them? So the answer is that they all have these, not the same, but similar types of, um, for lack of a better word, well, I can use this word, some type of quantum field around the craft. And that's what's glowing. That's what we see is the quantum field from the spacecraft that's helping to hold it up or partially, make it go or whatever. But it's not just, so it makes the metal glow, is my point, or flicker. Because if the spaceships that have been shown, they don't even show a doorway. There are no lights on the outside. Sometimes there's like a band or something around it, where lights can flicker. But why have lights on a spaceship? Why do the aliens want running lights? I can see they want running lights on airplanes, so other airplanes can see them at night, So we don't go, ooh, look at that. That's got a red, green on it. Well, that's an aircraft, where that's a UFO or something, because it's a solid color or it flickers in a different way or they're the wrong color lights on an object, because all airplanes have the same, one wingtip is one color and the other wingtip. I want to say it's similar to on a boat. So I think it's on the left-hand wing, it's red, and on the right-hand wing, it's green. And then they've got a white light too, and plus a transponder, which is radio signal. But to that point though, so how come UFOs have blinking lights? Well, maybe they're not lights that are blinking, is my point, and the question I've asked my folks. And they say, well, just like there are so many types of cars on the planet Earth, there are just like that for every alien race. They've got their own style of aircraft and their own style of whatever. But the lighting of these things and how they get lit, that, in the darkest of night, these things glow because of their propulsion. And it's not that, well, I guess they are emitting something, because whatever the gravitic field that's around the spacecraft, whatever this material, this exotic material is, it's allowing these energetic fields to be utilized on the skin of the craft. Does that make sense? So, like the Rendlesham Forest deal, where the guy would, touched it and it was like, whoa, and other people who have tried, felt objects and, they radiated and literally radiated some kind of radiation kind of thing. But, here's the thing. What did it radiate? Well, was it radiation like from a nuclear bomb? They just say they treated the person for radiation burns. Was it a gamma ray? What kind of ray was it? What kind of radiation was it? And that they don't know, or they're not talking about it. It's just that they had radiation sickness or radiation burns. So it might not have been radiation as we know it. So because all the other physics is so weird, So the radiation is, yes, it is a type of radiation, or it is something that radiates an energy that mimics the radiation that we are aware of, like gamma rays and such. And you say, well, Hawkeye, what does this mean? And why does it matter? It's that they are trying to focus it on what they know. But there are radiations and things that they just don't know about. And they need to own up to that. It's a radiation, but we don't know what kind. What? Well, it's a radiation and it's like this. It's like that, but it ain't it. Right? Well, but it's like it and it's close enough. And that's what we're going to call it. No, dumbass. It's a different type of radiation. And you should say it is like this one, but it is totally different. And we don't know. But it is a new type. And we're going to study it. And we're going to put it on our list. No, they don't want to do that because folks don't want them to talk about it, right? Because then discussions of those types of radiations and things lead to, well, where did that radiation come from? How did it get there? And, all other types of weird things that the government and other people don't want to talk about. So, the alien radios. Here's the thing. I think that some of these sport models, maybe even the one that crashed in Roswell, who knows, had radios. Because every one of those beings, whoever crash landed, or otherwise got here in their spaceship, they had some kind of communication device. Oh, it's anti-gravitic and it can fly and the skin of this thing is all this and everything. Yeah, but what about the radio? What about the cassette deck? Does it have a surround sound? Does it have Dolby? What does this spaceship sound like when it's playing the Moody Blues? Or Jethro Tull, or what are these aliens listening to? Are they do they like Willie Nelson and country? So, and do they crank up the music when they're flying by? I'm often, but what's that sound system like? What's that communication device? Where do they have radio stations like we do? This is Quark 92, and you're listening to the Intergalactic News. And Jupiter just had another issue. That damn cloud that's flying around has got a bunch of other people in trouble again. And we got scientists out there in the rings that are keeping an eye on that Jupiter thing. But we just wanted to let you know that if you're trying to get into Jupiter, you got a long wait, like them truckers do on I-10, going into Jacksonville. And so y'all just watch out there. This is Galactic, 92, playing space music, for your enjoyment. And here are the quackadoodles from Mars. Blah, blah, shit. Ooh, blah. Okay. So, but I've literally gone off the rails. But, but do they have radio stations? Do they have TV stations? But, and are the signals, I would assume, sent in the quantum? Why? Because we on the planet Earth with SETI and all these other things have been monitoring every freaking frequency that man can think of. And that's the trouble. Man, no offense to mankind now, but man has only been able to listen with only a limited amount of frequencies. Now, there's still a bunch, but they haven't, as far as we know, they have not These are the secrets. We have not been able to hear anything with the frequencies that is known to the general public. But I would bet you with the downed UFOs over the years that they, hey, Philip, how you doing? That they have pulled a radio out from underneath the dash of one of these spaceships. You hear me? It's like, look at here, Dad, pull the whole unit out and let's take a look at this. So, but now, whether or not, I think that the quantum radio system has to do also with the language of the aliens. Okay. And, the insect beings are going to be talking in clicks and hisses, and we're not going to understand what that means. 3 clicks to the left and a hiss. What does that mean? And there are going to be other beings who might have, very high pitched frequencies that are just, we ain't going to know what that means. So we might be able to hear it, but translating it is going to be a whole nother thing. So if we heard a signal come from outer space, well, we know what the hell to do with it. Means get the hell out of the way, in some language. Or it means greetings, we're bringing potluck dinner, or something like that. So, but to the world listening for alien signals, I say to poor SETI and them folks, get a quantum radio, figure out how to talk to AI, and get the signals in a quantum level. Because I bet you there's conversations going on. I'm having conversations with my own spirit guides, and that's a quantum. So they're laughing, going, yep, that's right. Keep telling them, Hawkeye. Because we got to believe more than what they're telling us. Hey, Steve, God, y'all up in the middle of the night. I mean, holy mackerel. What you doing up at 3 o'clock? Wait, it's 4 o'clock here. So what you doing up at 3 in the morning? Like us? Well, blessings to you, Steve. Anyway, I'm picking on you, I know. But I mean, Barry and all of us, what are y'all doing up in the middle of the night like me? But anyway, I guess it's been one of them nights or mornings, depending. But but anyway, for my spirit guys, they're like, hey, maybe there's nobody on the air. Let's talk about this and see who comes by and says hi. I'm usually up every night this late. Guard duty. There you go. Keeping an eye on them chickens, But so in the quantum realm of things, and most of the scientists nowadays are believing in the quantum fields and in quantum entanglement, and and quarks and things, and little tiny little objects that it's more theoretical than can be seen in some instances. So, but here's a theoretical particle. Okay. And a light particle is both a particle and a wave at the same time, and interchangeable, and it goes between every possibility in a split second between a particle and a wave. Did you know that? It goes back and forth like this. So your flashlight, the light that's going out, every one of those particles or waves from that flashlight are going a million times in per second, flipping between, a particle and a wave because it can't figure out what it wants to be. And, every time somebody turns on a flashlight or this light over here that's shining into but all of these little beams that are coming my way are all going through this same transition, you know. And, it travels almost instantly from the time I flip on the switch to the brightness of the bulb. But so, and that's agitating the quantum field. So why do UFOs shimmer and glimmer? I believe it's because it's whatever the propulsion unit is causing the skin of the air of the craft to do that shimmer thing. So it's not the craft in itself that's lighting up, it's the field that is surrounding the metal, that's sort of living on the metal. Yeah, they're saying that it literally, that the energy lives on the metal. Huh. That's interesting. It because it sort of adheres to it. And have understood that the Navy uses something similar with some of their new ships, and that they emit this low energy wave to the hull. And what it does is it slices through the water and the ships are able to go faster. Now, I have not been able to prove it, but has been stated by a couple of higher muckety mucks within the armed services realm, we'll say. And I heard it years ago, so I'm like, But the new ships really, do cut through the water faster. And they are made of different materials. Some of these new weird looking, destroyers and frigates. So why not? Maybe there is there's a resonance to everything. So if you could set up a water ratio resonance to the metal of your ship, then maybe you could create. So what it actually does is it creates an air pocket field just in front of the metal. So the metal doesn't cut the water, the energy field does. Now, where would they get an idea like that? From a downed UFO. Why? Because they have learned that these energy fields go around the metal. Okay? That signal is being broadcast to the vehicle itself. Okay? So maybe it's broadcast via wires that connect it directly to the hull, or it could be something like a Bluetooth, okay, to where there's a signal sent out to the hull that is a radio signal, and then the hull vibrates or emits whatever it is that that's coming from the Bluetooth signal kind of thing that sets the field up. So, I have dabbled in electronics over the years and I understand certain concepts and things, but I can't wire it up. All right. Now I can wire houses. In fact, I got to go over and help my friend Tom figure out some how somebody crazy wired a house that he just purchased. And, bad wiring will kill you in a heartbeat. So got to go over there and help him out and see what's going on. But could I come up with something that would emit a radio signal that could interfere or cover a metal? And the answer is no. But there are folks out there, I bet you, who could. I mean, look at the Philadelphia experiment. It emitted a thing it covered the whole ship, and the thing went bye-bye and then came back, with men, trapped in the hull. So that must have been a mess. Would hate to have been a sailor on that ship, before or after. Yuck. The after part, ooh, that would have been mean. Charlie's on C deck and D deck, that's a bad joke. Shame on me. So in the quantum field and the quark and the quantum interaction, right? It seems like anything could be possible. But for the poor guy that I listened to the other day about how aliens have put, signal stations all along the way, I'm like, oh my God, so archaic. It's like, the way he was talking was sort of like, back in the days with the Indians, where, smoke signals. Oh, for God's sakes, the British are coming, the two lights in the bell tower, and that, somehow that the aliens needed substations, relay stations for their communications. And I'm like, man, they can fly as fast as light, faster than light. And do you think they need substation relay stations for their communications? I mean, I listened to him, and the more he talked about it, the sicker I got in my stomach, going, oh, if this, and it is, this is sort of common knowledge within the scientific community. And I'm going, oh, these guys are going backwards. Their logic and thinking is in the Stone Age, They're not talking about, well, maybe the aliens could boost their signal and we don't know how they do it. No, 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 no. Aliens must have substations because they can't be able to go long distances with their signals. They can't. The signal will wither and die over distance, and the physics of that. And look, their spaceships going fast as hell, and you don't know how they're doing it, but you're saying that they're using antiquated SOS with a telegraph key, and they need relay stations for their communications. What? And this, I just listened to this the other day. This is the new science. This is the forward thinking of the physicists and the scientists, that ET is putting up little satellites along the way so their radio signals can reach. Are you serious? I mean, really, are you serious? They're doing better than that and have for a long, because they're talking in the quantum, which is instantaneous. Their radios and all the communication gear is all in the quantum, like we as a human species are learning to do now. Now, what I would like to project to y'all and to the universe, to the quantum in itself, somebody's going to find one of these radio stations one day, if they haven't already, mind you, but they're not going to be able to understand what's being said. It's going to be, and nobody's going to be able to get it. And somebody's going to pick it up one day, and they've had a couple of beers and smoked a joint, and they're listening to it and go, man, there's somebody in China's really having a ball over there, because they don't understand Chinese and they don't know that it ain't Chinese, but they're assuming because, they're had a couple of beers and smoked a joint, woo, listen to that Chinese. Is that Mandarin? Oh, well, and so the next thing you know, hey, Stuart, how you doing? But they have had a few moments. So, but are they really paying attention? Wait a minute, was that the alien signal? Really, was that the one we've been waiting for? Chatter, and here I am on the quantum, just screwing around with my computer, and all of a sudden it comes in. Is that the signal? Is that one of those radio stations? And we just kind of zipped by it. And also, Bob has not been instructed to listen for signals within the quantum, not that I'm aware of. Okay. Other people maybe, but in this, give us a house tour. Oh, it's in the middle of the night here, and I'm tired, and but yeah, you can't see it, and I don't have lights enough for you to see, but so in the quantum realm of things, scientists are learning that you know the quantum realm is kind of sort of infinite, you know, and so how do you work with something that's infinite? It's sort of like guessing how fast light goes. It's an average, you know. Um, but we all have agreed on this, um, this, we've all agreed to use this average, and in most models it works. But, the physics of the universe is not the physics of the earth, meaning what goes on the earth is not necessarily what the rest of the universe is made of or how it works. Well, what do you mean, Dave? Well, Earth has its own environment. Earth has its own atmosphere. It has its own collection of chemicals within the atmosphere. Oh, and by the way, they were spraying like hell at nighttime tonight. Just, man, the sky was just full moon, and there's nothing but um, fake clouds in the sky. Okay, very disheartening to see the chemtrails at night. You know, just zooming across the sky, just filling it up, and I'm like, God Almighty, they just can't stop. Whatever it is they're putting up there, they're having a ball. They're having a ball spraying that shit. Don't know what it's doing to us, but we'll find out at some point. I might be dead by then, but you younger folks hopefully will find out what the hell they've been spraying on us and shoot the bastards that have been doing it. But so back to the quantum. Um, we should understand without getting all jittery and jumping up and down and arguing with each other. Yes, they have found that quantum does exist. Okay, good. So then we know that all things interact with that quantum, and that's called quantum entanglement. Okay, we agree. How much it entangles and what degrees and blah, blah, that's up for the debate, and that's where the science is in this. We can agree on that. And there are areas where we're going to disagree in that area, but we still believe in the quantum particles. We still believe in the quantum itself. So the basics we still agree upon. It's the testing of different theories that we're the scientists are working out, right? Ego is in the way most of the time, a lot of the time. So my theory must be right when they may not be, but I think there are fewer scientists that are, I think, that are trying to lie about this. If some scientist is talking about quantum entanglement, he's a little further along than some other guys or gals. But listening to him, it's like, maybe not. They may be filling our heads so full of bullshit, like Neil deGrasse Tyson still promoting some of this crap that, and he's still spewing it, and millions of people are listening to him, and he's wrong on so many counts. He's just wrong because physics and science has moved beyond, and they don't want to catch up. They do not want to talk about some of this stuff because then they would have to go back in and change their science books. Honest to God, where they'd have to change their science books. And they don't want to do that. They don't want to have to change the curriculum. So they're still perpetuating these lies. So by doing so, then, and listening to him, especially those of us who've been studying these other things, you go, wait a minute, that's just, he's stretching it there. And then he gets louder and more boisterous to try to, when he starts getting loud and stuff, he's lying. He's really trying to push the lie. He's getting so upset about it. And aliens can't exist. And of course there can't be life on Mars. And when he starts getting in that mode, you can bet he's lying about something. Watch his body language and stuff. He's like, he's got to defend the lie. And so he's got to get real upset. People, look at Neil deGrasse Tyson. He got all upset about this. So it must be true, you know. So in the acting, in that, he's perpetuating the lie, as are some other people. But so in the real life world of stuff, quantum, yes. Quantum entanglement, yes. Quarks, tiny little particles in the quantum, yes. How they're interacting, not quite sure, but it seems that ESP and remote viewing are candidates in this quantum entanglement. Because how do we explain ESP and how do we explain the success rates of those folks who have been doing remote viewing? How do we explain it? Quantum entanglement, the quantum particles, and being able to use that frequency that these folks learn how to use in order to project their eyes and their mind to another location. That is absolutely quantum entanglement. It's absolutely alien radio. How do the aliens communicate? The same way we have learned to use the um, I'm tired and I woke up out of a thingy and I'm fixing to get a little bit more stoned. Does eating carrots make you see better? I don't know. I don't have teeth and I can't chew them anymore. And my dad has finished chemo treatment. Oh, good. How's he doing? Is he being sick and throwing up and all that kind of stuff? Prayers your way for your pops. That I'm truly sorry, Stuart. Honest. Oh, you were on yesterday, weren't you? That's right. I was like, Stuart. Yeah, yesterday. Yeah, good luck. Absolutely. And peace be upon you. So, in the quantum, how do we interact with each other? Well, because we understand that we're light beings within our souls. We are made of light, which means we're particles and waves at the same time, or, um, so, and we are cosmically entangled in the universe. And so, from a shaman's point of view, it not necessarily scientifically, but in a shaman's point of view, to learn that nuance during meditation and being able to see oneself in another one of the at another tribe's camp, to see what they're doing. And so some of these native shamans could transform themselves to look like coyote or fox or crow, or maybe they literally spoke to crow and sent crow to these camps to see what was going on and to listen to their war plans, and and so forth. So but so Hitler and them were using the same kind of deal, but without the Native Americans. They were using remote viewing to try to see what the enemy was doing. And the enemy was using remote viewing right back at them. They kind of bumped noses in the quantum and went, whoop, oh, they're remote viewing us. Are they really? Yeah, they're sitting in a room doing the same shit we are. What? Yeah. So, um, and like I said, the experiments that I conducted with some friends of mine, you know, early on and over the years. And so we've proven to ourselves that something exists. And if you want to call it the quantum, that's fine with me. And two of the other of us are dead. So I can't speak for them now that they've gone. But um, so how can we communicate with the dead, or with if their energies are still viable in the universe and they wish to be viable, meaning their soul is active, um, being active. I think there are some souls who, when they go back out from their bodies, they just go into this state where they're just floating around. And then there are folks, and possibly like me, when I go, I'm going to be an antagonistic spirit when I go. And this is sort of what my struggle is as a shaman in training for me. When my spirit passes, I want to be aware of it. I don't want to just go back to sleep. I don't want to go back into my spirit and just fall asleep. I want to know when my spirit leaves. And I want to travel around and be aware when my spirit leaves this body. I want to be aware of the universe and floating around and seeing shit. That's what I want. I don't want this adventure to be over when I die. I know my spirit lives on, but I hope I'm just not flying around just like doodly doodly doo and not aware of anything. That, to me, that would kind of suck. But to keep my awareness after I've gone, I think that's where the ascension of things is. People speak of ascended masters, and I think they use that term a little too loosely. But I think an ascended master is someone who, when they pass on, they're still conscious of it. Yeah, that's what I think. But there are some folks who, oh, he's an ascended master now. No, he ain't. Well, what do you mean? Because he's still asleep, or she is still asleep. Why? Because haven't been able to contact him. That's why. Well, what do you mean? Because if they have ascended, we should be able to still talk to them because their spirit would still be conscious. And in the realm of the quantum, should be able to meditate and reach them like it did when they was alive. If they're still alive and conscious, then should be able to still contact their spirit. Follow me? So, but if they have passed on to the other side, doesn't necessarily mean that they're listening in the quantum field or that they can. And what I mean by can they, are they still aware after they passed away? That's what I want. I want to be aware after I'm gone. I want to be able to float around in the universe. I want to be able to converse with people after the fact. Like, hey guys, I'm still here. Oh, is it 4:20? Oh crap. Thank you. And I'm sort of ready. So here's a 4:20 late. I know there are people who would disagree with me. Who is that? Caden. Hopper the Zaza. Zaza? Do I know you? Maybe. I am a Gramps, and that's all right. Call me Pops, whatever. Steve Irwin. Oh, I didn't see Steve Irwin. Oh, Stuart, you're in Australia. Oh, wow. We've got several folks that we know that is down under. Aye, mate. Aye, matey. It's good to see y'all in the morning time. It's hot down there, yeah. And it's actually hot here. It's like 70 degrees outside in January. And we might be in South Georgia, but I got a fan on. It's really warm here. Which is, kind of strange. It was colder than last week. It was 20. This week it's 70. The same time of night, 20 then, 70 now, a week ago. You know, we've got some online friends, but I can't remember where they are in Australia. I think it's Mary and a couple of other folks. But anyway, we love our folks from down under. We love our folks from all over, not just down under. But stay healthy and wealthy and wise and all that good stuff. So also staying with the theme of the quantum. Now, I was thinking about this yesterday and talking about, my ranolazine, which I have taken, and which is an explanation for me being literally hallucinating with my heart medicine. it's like, wait a minute, I'm tripping here. So what I was thinking of is that, and this does have to do with the quantum, I promise. I think I'm going to they're entangled. And I'm going to kind of show you how they're twisted together, maybe. But so here, I'm just, here are these little old ladies sitting in their wheelchairs or whatever, and they're on ranolazine, and they're tripping balls. But they don't know that they're tripping. I mean, they're hallucinating, they're seeing little critters, and and the room is moving around, and they're trying to walk, but they're two things. They're afraid to say anything, and by a weird coincidence, they're ashamed to talk about it with their primary doctor. Well, doctor, this medicine makes me feel woozy. Okay, honey, just stay calm, drink some water, and everything will be. When actually they are tripping. Okay, because I have tripped, and this ranolazine makes me trip. Okay, and I know what tripping is. So, but this idea that there are people who have never tripped, who have never really gotten high. They might have drank and got a little bit, but this ain't the same. So here they are sitting around trying to um, adjust their thinking, their lives, or whatever to this freaky pill that's making them hallucinate when they don't know when they don't know that they're hallucinating. Okay. It's known, but it's not, but it is, but it isn't. It's there, but it ain't, you know? It's the null set. Okay. So what's that got to do with the quantum? Well, people now who have had psychic experiences may or may not know that what happened in that psychic experience involved quantum entanglement. Now, what does hallucinating on ranolazine and quantum entanglement have to do with each other? Because people who are tripping on the ranolazine are connecting to the quantum in a different way than normal people. Why? Because they're tripping, because they are hallucinating. So my thing last night was, and right now is that, am I hallucinating something? Is it actually there? Is what I'm hallucinating actually there, but on a different frequency? Or is my brain just making shit up? See? So that's what I'm, now that I know that the ranolazine is making me trip, now I'm going to be much more aware of my surroundings and how I feel. And if I actually see something, is that, the trippiness, or is the trippiness allowing me to see something? Okay. So there are folks, little old ladies out there in wheelchairs just going, wee, they're just having the time of their life, and they're in the wheelchair because, they can't stand up to walk, because it's hard to walk with this wobbly shit. Let me tell you, I have to be careful because I'll hit the floor. This ranolazine literally makes you dizzy. It makes you dizzy without you even knowing that you're dizzy. That's a weird one. But what's that got to do with the quantum? Well, because my understanding of this trippiness, which makes me see things differently, which by doing so, I am entangled with my psyche different than other people. So my entanglement with the universe, because I'm tripping with the ranolazine, my interaction then with the universe is different than what would be, quote, in my normal condition. It's like, wow, I don't see things floating around today. Why? Because I didn't take my Renalazine. I didn't feel like tripping today, which I've actually done. No, I ain't taking it today. I'll wait till tonight maybe, but I ain't taking it today because I'm still hungover from yesterday's trip, you know, and I'm dealing with that now, actually. So, but what's that got to do with the quantum? Because my quantum entanglement is different. My awareness of just weird shit in the house happening and stuff outside and just, wow, it's trippy. So, my entanglement and my psychic energy, my energy to remote view, my energy to close my eyes and be able to walk around the house using my third eye, because that's one of the things that I was practicing. I have practiced for years and years and years, walking around without looking, right? Walking around with the lights all off, and being able to get around, without tripping on most of the time, unless I move something, and then you stub your toe. But 98% of the time go through the maze of stuff and never have an issue, right? So you can see in the dark. I've talked about this, as part of your training in astral projection. So you learn how to walk in the dark, you learn how to astral project yourself. So I'm actually, when I'm walking in the dark, I'm actually astrally using my senses to walk physically through the dark. Okay. And you go, well, wait a minute. Yeah, but it makes you more aware and you don't stub your toe. Okay. So, but it is what's going on. So I'm using my aura, my energy, and the astral plane to walk through the house without my turning on a light. But here's the thing that I'm working on right now. So if I'm walking with my eyes open, I get a sense of wooziness and out of balance. So what I'm working on now is don't open my eyes. So the visual things that would make me feel like I'm on a boat, it's like, whoa, the ship's moving. Oh, yeah. Well, if you can close your eyes and meditate, that ocean, you might could convert that into a rocking motion and put you to sleep. But if you're looking at the boat and it's swaying and there, you're going to be throwing up, right? If you have a rough stomach like that, seasickness. So you could say, well, but if you close your eyes, it ain't as bad. All right. Now, you can still feel the motion, you can still feel the this, but you cut out one of your senses that makes you sick, meaning your eyes. So if I can close my eyes when I'm walking around the house now, is the Renalazine while I'm tripping still going to make me wobble? That's what I'm practicing right now. And here in just a little bit, I got to walk to the kitchen. So I'm going to practice it, so I don't wobble. Yeah. He said, tasted that smell. Oh, to taste the smell is bad. Or to see a smell. You smell it and taste it, and it all almost becomes visual. Smells. Well, that's in the quantum, it stimulates the different nerves and things and whatever. But anyway, so in my thinking about the quantum, most people, most granny ladies that are sitting in their wheelchairs don't know that they're tripping, even though they are. Um, there, there are people who are using the quantum field and the quantum entanglement, like if we think about cousin Ann, you know, oh, I wonder what cousin Ann is doing, and you think about her while you're working there or something, or you're pulling weeds, and I wonder how, man, when was the last time I seen cousin Ann, and wonder what she's up to these days. And next thing you know, a day or two later, cousin Ann calls you, or maybe that afternoon, or maybe like on the cell phone right away. Cousin Ann calls you up and you go, wow, what a coincidence. That's not coincidence. That's quantum entanglement. That's the use of the quantum field. And people are doing it all the time. I mean, I had thought of folks, I mean, I just, gave up thinking about it because, the other day I was thinking something about Barry, and he calls me up in a little bit, and I was like, I don't have to ask him to call. I'll just go, be thinking about something and go, we need to talk about this. And next time I talk to him or something, and the phone will ring or I'll get a text or something. Now, not every time, but sometimes. Hey, Pearl, good to see you, and hope things are still working out. Um, um, so, and see, and there have been times with Miss Pearl, it just, uh, I just know it's her, you know, and, but other people too. So I know that it works in the quantum. I know the psychic energy that can be transmitted just out there in the universe. And I know that it can be powerful, but for me, it's like, what would did you hear the what? The quantum fiscal? It's sight? I don't know what that is. But so for you and me, they're like the little old ladies, I keep referring to the little old ladies tripping. But to the little old ladies tripping, do they know that that what's going on with them is entangling them in the quantum field? That's what I'm trying to get to. Because I know it is me, but I've had the experience of tripping for good or bad, good or ill, but is somebody out there, could there be something out there that these little old ladies are not aware of? Okay, because they be tripping, but because their entanglement with the thought and the trippy part, could that energy somehow be being used as part of, guess what, AI? Okay, there are some folks who are saying that humans are part of the AI, and up to a point I would agree. And some folks are claiming that they have, and I would probably agree with this too, that they've actually attached human brains to the AI. Okay, there are crazy enough people who would do that and volunteer for it, as well as crazy people who would do it nefariously. Absolutely. So to the computers and to the quantum, because they're hooking them up to the electrodes. So now these folks, and the quantum field is there all the time. without being stimulated with electrodes. Okay. Shamans and holy men and so forth, and people in deep prayer have been achieving the quantum field for centuries and centuries and centuries. Okay. So, but now folks are being, tied into the quantum field through a computer or a chip or electronically or something for what they want to be smart. They want to be connected all the time. I got this computer thing here, this little Palm device, cost me $179. My first computer was $1,200, and it didn't do anywhere near what this cell phone does. But back in the day, it was a computer, and it did what it did, and it had floppy disk, and it had it all for that money, but it didn't do squat what this um, handheld device does now. And you say, well, Hawkeye, Dave, times change. I understand that. But my point is what we had then that was top of the line, and what this is just sort of middle of the line and average, so average, I can speak to this phone and it'll go looking in the world and give me an answer. We didn't have that before. But the quantum was there before, even though we couldn't reach it. It was a slow speed, but now cell phones have the capacity to go out there and reach and find a solution and give you the answer and even speak it to you if that's what you choose. And so now what? So now the quantum energy is speaking to each one of us and giving us answers. The quantum through our cell phones and through the computers and just through society nowadays, the quantum is entering us all because we are participating more with it. The little old lady who's tripping is dealing in the quantum in a different way because our brain patterns have been altered, are being altered. Like when I took my pill a couple of hours ago, I'm sitting here, I'm kind of high, and I smoked a little bit, but I know that I'd be tripping. Now that I know what this drug is doing, I'd be tripping. And I'm aware of it now, going, wow, this is kind of groovy. You know, it's weird. I don't have anywhere to go except back to sleep. It's 5 in the morning or whatever time it is. Going on 5 in the morning. Don't have anywhere to be tomorrow, I don't think. I got to call up and see if a couple of my medications have been um, re, um, you know, but anyway, um, love you too, Pearl. Yep. And peace be unto every one of you always. And pass that along. You're going to hear me. I'm going to be preaching this. Use the word peace and pass it along to folks. Somebody needs a can opener. Spinner, what? Down? A lot of people don't know what a spanner wrench is. I might not, actually, and I'm a mechanic. So, in learning more about the quantum, both through my shaman training and just in listening to some of these physicists, our entanglement with the universe from the day we were born and from the day that we were reincarnated into this timeline. And there are a lot of people who are resisting this timeline. Oh no, this can't be, blah blah blah. The earth is flat. Did you know that? Blah 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 blah. Okay. Um, I believe in the hollow earth, but I, have a lot of trouble with the flat earth. But anyway, but I don't condemn them earthers. But they've got something in their gene pool. They saw the earth as flat in their matrix. Okay. And the people who are caught in the flat earth matrix, they actually believe it. And no kind of whatever is going to change their mind, just like I believe in the round one. So, but in something has happened in the change, and that the information that their entire body, and it's almost like they're on a different earth. They are literally on a different earth because the earth is flat to them. I mean, honestly. So it's like, okay, so there's two different realms existing at the same time. And you go, well, them flat earthers are crazy. Not to them. We're the crazy ones, right? So, but the two somehow are existing at the same time because they seem to be able to prove their flat earth theory. Okay. Well, this happens and this happened, therefore it must be flat. Okay. And then there are those of us who have telescopes and things to go, nah, sorry guys, it ain't flat. We're Galileo was right, you know. Um, but in the realm of understanding, in the quantum, these folks have been imprinted with flat Earth. And so in their quantum memory, it is. For the rest of us, we look at it, round and universe is and so forth, okie dokie. So, and some of these folks that I've listened to, they're supposed to be really smart too. And I just go, I'm sorry, man. I just, you know, I believe in optical illusions because as a puppeteer and a storyteller and as a part-time magician, I've done a little sleight of hand, and I know that we can present. There are natural illusions like the heat coming up off of you know, a hot desert highway. You know, that, you can see the heat rising, and it almost looks like water, and then, oh, look, there's the, the illusion, the mirage. So in nature, can fool us, in a lot of different ways. So, but in the quantum field of things, can we understand? Wait a minute, let me use the quantum to see if that's an illusion or not. And you go, Hawkeye, what the hell are you talking about? Well, focus, if you can focus in the quantum and you can use the quantum to your advantage in meditation and just in normal day-to-day living, which you can use your quantum field to like pay attention to things around you so you don't stub your toe or cut your finger, or you can be paying attention. Well, somebody's supposed to call me today and I wonder if they're going to call, and you can send out a psychic little reminder that hey, Bubba's supposed to call me at 2 this afternoon, and I'm kind of hanging around the phone and afraid to go outside because Bubba might call and I might miss it. So you say, okay, Bubba, you close your eyes and you think about, okay, Bubba, make sure you remember, go ahead and call me. And, in a few minutes, Bubba calls. So that's using your power. But if you and Bubba have been friends for a long time, Bubba can pick up on your sense. Whereas if there's somebody that you've only met once, you might not be able to send that, hey, call me at 2, and they get it. But you and Bubba have been friends since, childhood. And so you and Bubba have had this sort of psychic connection. So you can send that message out to Bubba in the quantum field. Use it for your advantage, not to try to sway somebody's opinion or make them do something. Well, but Bubba's supposed to call you anyway. So what's wrong with reminding him with a psychic call to Bubba, you know? So there's a lot of folks that do that. I know over the years with different people, and my friend Tommy, we've got a psychic connection that way. We just kind of know, and um, and we've been aware of it. He's the gentleman that worked for the Mag down in Tallahassee. So, and we've been friends for a long time. So, but the fact that, and we don't necessarily discuss um, using our psychic energy after all these years, we just do. And there are times when we have worked together where we know the other person knows what's coming next. So Tommy's reaching to do something. I'll get him a 1/2 inch wrench. And he goes, I think I need and I'll hand him a 1/2 inch wrench. Oh, thank you, Dave. And there are things like that in working together with people, especially if you've known them or you know what the situation is, you are psychically tuned in while you're working, especially folks around a machine or something like that. But anyway, so that is proof about the quantum. That's proof that we radiate signals from our own self out to the quantum field. So people around us at the time can pick up because they're close to us, but somebody on the other side of the planet could pick up on it just as easily because the um, the quantum field is being used, but in a frequency. Everything does still boil down to a frequency. So even though the quantum is this big open vastness of energy and information and the ability to transfer information and maybe even stuff, you know, but at least thoughts, you know, whether or not you can. And I'm thinking in the quantum with the anti-gravitic and so forth, that's how, these spaceships are moving so fast. It's because they're using the quantum field. But these physicists on other planets have a different view of physics. So the physics on this planet works for this planet. And so what my guides have been telling me, and ET or otherwise, they've been saying, no, the planet Jupiter's got its own set of physics because it's the planet Jupiter. It's so big and it does this thing, and people think it's a gas giant when it ain't. And there's all these other things, So Jupiter's got its own physics, its own parameters because of its size, its weight, its spin, its stuff. Some things, physics, work on Jupiter, but not everything. So it's got its own parameters. Oh, no, that can't be. Oh, yes, it can be. And that's where the physicists of today are like, they're limited. Why? Because they can't understand that the physics on Mars might be different than the physics on Earth. The physics on Saturn is going to be different than the physics here because of size and displacement and the whole 9 yards. Oh no, but yes, there are certain things within the quantum that are the same, with all the planets, But because they are the size and shape and stuff that they are, they're going to have their own parameters. And, you know, some of these folks just, no, that can't be true. Physics is physics and science is science. And yeah, but you didn't know about quarks until a few years ago, dumbass. you know, um, you're spouting all this science is science, and literally within the last few years, the Bose-Higgs and the thingy and the this and the that. And guess what, guys? So what you thought 10 years ago or 20 years ago or 50 years ago has changed. So don't you think maybe you're wrong in stating, as some of these folks have done, that the physics that they're aware of now is all the physics that they need? They have most of the answers, but every couple of months a new answer comes up. Or a new problem pops up, or something that was a problem before has suddenly been solved. What? So their physicists need to grow a pair and stop talking about, yeah, we know what we're talking about. That's all there is. I'm a physicist, so I must be right. No, you're full of shit, because you're assuming your ego is presenting yourself when the science still needs to catch up. And I think Michio Kaku guy, I think he's probably the closest for those being outspoken. And he says that there are wonders out there that are yet to be explained. And some people will say, well, that's a cop out. No, I think that's actually a good answer. There are things out there that are yet to be explained. That is a true statement. Well, from a physicist, well, what's that? He's a scientist and he's spouting out these half truths or lies. No, they're not lies. He's actually telling you he's being honest. There are things out there yet to be explained. That's a good answer. A bravo to him, because he's giving an accurate answer. There are lots of stuff out there that are yet to be explained. So why jump on your high horse? And he's taking criticism for not standing behind something 100%, because he makes statements like there are things out there that are yet to be explained. He'll make that statement, and other physicists go, well, he's blah blah blah. No, no, no. No, I think he's accurate in that. There are things that he would like to discuss, like on national TV, that would just freak some people out. But his answer of, and he may not understand them yet, but he would talk about them and say, we've seen these things and we've observed this stuff, and it's acting kind of funky, and this is some of the things that science is yet to explain, you know. But then other people are, well, we can't talk about that kind of stuff, and oh, that's not true, and he's just trying to, whatever. Kate's travel videos. So, but in the quantum reality of stuff, and I sometimes wonder, I was just the other day, I was looking up my heart medicine, and Rub-a-dub-dub, 3 men in a tub. I look it up on my cell phone here. The ranolazine that I'm tripping on so good. And so I get home and my computer here, which it works, but the cameras don't. I can't get cameras to work. But so I type in RAN, right? Now, RAN could mean that, it could be the first 3 letters of a lot of stuff. But I typed in RAN, and the first line under that, guess what? Was ranolazine. Now, I hadn't typed it into this computer. I have spoke about it, did a video of it on this cell phone, but I had not done anything to my computer. So how did the computer know within the first 3 letters that I wanted to know about ranolazine? How did it know? Through the syncing of this cell phone to the syncing of my computer, in that Google is Google on both machines, and both of the machines use Chrome. So does AI, Bob must have known that when I typed in RAN, I wanted to look for ranolazine. Now, what the fudge? Seriously? How did it know that that's what I wanted in 3 letters? When there are a bunch of words out there, you know what I mean? So that's part of the quantum, is my point. Somehow in the quantum, between the cell phone and the computer and me, somehow projecting to the computer that this is, as I'm typing it in, I want to check on ranolazine. I want to further my, uh, um, um, diving in the rabbit hole without using my cell phone. I'm going to use the computer and check about that. So I type in 3 letters, but I'm projecting it into the quantum field because I've already done a video on it. I've already used my cell phone. So it's already in the quantum, and I'm projecting it in the quantum, and I type in 3 letters and the computer picks it up. How else is the computer picking it up like that? How else could this be actually happening in real time? And I'm saying if you include, which you must these days, if you include the quantum, then the quantum field knew that I was looking for ranolazine. It knew through my projection and the use of the cell phone, it knew what I wanted to look for. AI said, oh, he wants to do some more research on ranolazine. There it is. Boom, here it is. We already know what you want, Dave. Here, read this. You know what? you know, and that's what happened yesterday. You know, um, what? So it's not like the quantum works only once in a while, or only here or there. No, the quantum is working all the time. It's working with our subconscious, and it's working with our conscious mind at the same time. Zeus has company. WTF? No, I don't speak Spanish. But so the quantum realm of things. So there have been people from different languages, and I've known some of these people that they know my friend Serge, who's passed away, and his last wife, you know, she didn't, she knew enough English to get by very well. And he knew some Spanish, Mexican, and could get by sort of well. She was better at English than he was with Spanish. Okay. But between the two of them, there were times I could, that they linked psychically. There was just a couple of words between them. But she understood with, oh, Papi, I understand. And he would say, now, mi amor, it goes like this. And within just a few seconds, she'd go, oh, mi amor, I understand. And they ain't said shit between each other. It was a psychic connection in the quantum that he sent her a picture of whatever it was that she was doing or how something was supposed to go or something like that. And, you know, so there were so many times I was like, man, they had one hell of a psychic connection. And I don't think they honestly were aware of what they were doing. They were just in love and it was love between them, which is true. But the psychic connection that they had on the quantum level was just outstanding, you know. And it's a shame they split up, had to, but, you know, distances, and she couldn't get back in the United States legally, and she refused to walk across the desert, you know, and cross the river and all that shit. But anyway, and he had to come back to the United States. So, but anyway, his visa was up. Mexico will throw you out, you know, where the United States is like, well, I don't know, you know, we got all these millions of people coming in and send some of them home, you know. But we're coming around to another 20, and I got just enough here in my pipe to send us off. But I find that, you know, praise the universe for the scientists and physicists who are trying to understand and push the envelope. Now, some of them are have done some crazy shit with like bombarding atoms and stuff, and you know, I think at some point they might try to blow us up or blow themselves up. But you know, that big magnetic ring over in Europe, you know, can't be good for the Mother Earth. That's just all there is to it. And I want to point out something too, that my observations of the Earth wobble started back when they really started cranking up CERN. Okay. So here's this great big giant magnetic ring on one side of the planet. They crank it up and you don't think the Earth is going to respond. But anyway, so my observations of the Earth wobble started about the time they cranked up CERN. And I think CERN had something to do with how our Earth has started to do this wobble back and forth. But anyway, I digress. I want to say thank you all for hanging out with me. And here's at 20 a little early. Um, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings that are out there in the universe that are available in the quantum. You just need to learn how to use it. Now, some people talk about the power of the universe, and I just, yeah, there's power in the universe, but they want to seek the power. And for what reason do you want this power? Mental abilities or something? Okay. Um, information, knowledge is power. Okay. But do you seek this power for the sake of power? You know, seek knowledge for knowledge because that's always helpful. But to seek the power for the sake of power, for what reason? Well, if you can learn that ESP and your connection with people, and that you can send little post-it notes to your friends or send messages via the quantum using your brain. That's an interesting power, and it can be done. Uh, but is somebody going to try to use it for a nefarious purpose, to try to sway someone's opinion to their way of thinking, to get in their mind and to warp their sense of duty or whatever, and mind playing? Well, there's a lot of that going on. It has been for a long time. So, but that power, that's not what we're talking about. But we are talking about being able to communicate with, with animals, and being able to be calm around animals, and, and it make avoid, for me, having been bitten by a dog back when I was a child, right in the face, took out hunks of my lip and down my face. I got scratched. It was ugly. And so for a long time, dogs, barking and yipping and wanting to get in your face, not on my list of fun stuff. And I'm still a little leery after all these years of it. But I've learned to adapt to it. I hated dogs for a while, kicked them and mistreated them, and then I realized why. It was because I'd been bitten. And I was like, no, I want to be the dog whisperer. So, but in this realm of things, I've learned, how um, there are certain dogs and other animals too that, you know, how you approach them, and, and how you feel and act around them. So, I was giving off fear every time I was around a dog, and the dog was picking up on it. So I had to learn to not exude this fear and panic around the dogs, and things got a lot easier. So, but there are things that I've learned, like, wow, we can actually exude an energy or a scent or something that dogs can pick up. Yeah. And other animals too. So, in the quantum field of things, that's what's being affected. Whatever it is, the fear or whatever for me is being conveyed on the quantum, and the dog is psychic and can pick it up. Wait a minute. So that means animals and the universe was all connected through the quantum. Absolutely. Through the great spirit, through the creator, through the great mystery, we are all connected. And that's why I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings out there in the universe. Hi, Stephen. Power, not dog food. Diamond Cousins wants to ask you something. Okay. All right. I'm aware. We got a couple of minutes. I'm going to light up before you do. Diamond Cousins, go ahead. Ask. I'm watching. I'll put my glasses on in a second. So, some of these physicists, a lot of them, and some of the podcasts and interviews and things that I've been listening to over the last few years, but even here recently, to hear that guy talk about alien substations for their communications and the way he was describing it, I was like, oh my God. Do you think aliens have transistor radios. It's like, what? Um, Let me put my glasses on. So when do I go live again? I'm not sure because I'm pitiful about picking times. But there are a lot of other people who go live up until 12 o'clock at night. And it seems to me that it's been working for me that after 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on the East Coast, um, and I have done some videos with other folks, and we're usually done about 12 o'clock. And so while I'm still up and everything, I'll usually do a video by 12:30 myself. And that's on Tuesdays. Almost all Tuesdays I do, the storytelling on one channel, and I go live myself till 4 in the morning. And yesterday, yeah, subscribe and you'll get notified. Yeah. And see, and I never say anything. Thank you, Barry, but I never ask people to like and subscribe. And I got almost 600, subs on the channel, and I love every one of y'all and anybody else that comes by. But Mr. John Stone, what time zone are you in? Is it morning or nighttime for you? Because if it's morning, then you're, in the UK or someplace like that, and which is cool. Me, it's okay, cool beans. I love you. Thank you for it. It's nighttime for YouTube. Okay. So, but I was always, the kid who listened to talk radio late at night when I was growing up. And I had always dreamed of being a late night, disc jockey and call in show and whatever. And we talk about it. And so, me getting on here in the middle of the night is sort of my being a disc jockey late at night and doing a talk show. And one of these days, I'm going to get it to where you can actually call in, or I'll share the screen and you can join in. But you can absolutely ask a question in the chat, and I will try to respond and interact with y'all, because I like interacting with y'all. I do. Where are you from? What's going on? What's your opinion in your neck of the woods? Because you listen to the quote mainstream news and they try to tell you what Australians are thinking. You know what I mean? Just like they try to tell the world what us Southerners are thinking and what other people are doing. And, the news wants to tell you what we're thinking. And which, when you get right down to the nitty gritty, hey, Dan, 9:22 p.m. Oh, is it Australia Day? Hey, Dan, what's happening, man? I heard that, I've heard that some of you Aussies, not you, but some of them, are just as crazy as some Americans, like wanted to boycott, Australia Day for the dumbest reasons. I was watching a news article the other day, and I was like, what? That'd be like folks here in the United States wanting to boycott the 4th of July. Now, wait a minute. Whether you believe in the independence or whatever, but it's the middle of, it's the 4th of July. People go swimming. It's a nice time to take a vacation. And why not celebrate it? With fireworks and picnics and shit. And it's sort of like USA Day, the 4th of July. But there are folks like, well, we can't shoot off fireworks, and we can't do this, and the 4th of July, and and what about all the the slaves that were going on, and on the slaves weren't free on the 4th of July, and oh my God, the politics of stuff. And what I was reading the other day, I can't remember it exactly, but that some of these folks in your neck of the woods are like, boycotting Australia Day for the dumbest damn reasons. And I'm not Australian, and I was like, well, that's just stupid, you know. But anyway, so happy Aussie Day, you know. Prayers to you and all of your brothers and sisters down there, and may peace come to you all, and have fun, like the 4th of July here ain't just necessarily one day. It's a couple of days in front, a couple of days past it. Usually the 4th of July is celebrated early, depending on what day of the week it's celebrated. But especially rednecks, man, it's Friday's the 4th of July. Let's celebrate. you know It's 3 days away. Yeah, but 4th of July is on Friday. Yeah, but this is only Monday. Yeah, but the 4th of July is on Friday. It's coming up. Yeah, all right. So oh no, what? No way. 675? Nuh-uh. I swear to God, I just checked the other day and it was like 597 or something. And I was like, four more and I'll get 600. Just four more and I'll get 600. And only, wow, Vacaloma? Wow, that's an interesting, both of your names are interesting. David Null, big deal, right? 5 letters, 4 letters. Elona. I like that. I really do. Vacaloma. Well, thank you, John Stone. 600 and what? 75? Holy mackerel. I'm going to have to go outside and beat my drum and say thank you to the creators. Thank you, creator. Amen. Wow, that's just gives me chills all over. And it's interesting, since I've been doing these, how old am I? Guess. Right now it's 5:27, and I'm gonna smoke a little bit more of this bowl. I'll tell you my age, Elona. I just, want you to guess and see what you come up with. Most folks are low when they guess how old I am. Yes, AM, Dan. Yep. Oh, it is still dark outside, but here in here shortly the sky will start lightening up and it'll turn dawn. – 10:28 p.m. That must be the West Coast Pacific time. Now, Dan, you talking about what am I doing up so early? Yep. Are you on the Big Island, Alonia? You guess I'm 63. Okay, so you're 8 years off. I'm 71. I'll be 72 in September. Yes. Oh, no, you're not on the main island? That was just I was just guessing. Yeah, I'm 71. Suffered 2 mild heart attacks. I'm on a boatload of medicine. And I've recently had severe back surgery. And I used to weigh a lot, and I've lost weight, so I know what it's like to be overweight. Oh, Fiji, I know that island. I've not been there, but I know the island. Wow, Fiji. That's a first. Wow. There's folks from all over. We know folks in Alaska and in Canada, uh, uh, down under. We got a friend in Aruba. Um, we've got a friend or two from Mexico. Uh, I'm not sure about. I think there was somebody from South America, like Colombia or something. Oh well, thank you, Dan, and prayers are with you too. You know, I have made my life rough, and then when I try to clean up my life, life got rough again. You know, but learn a lot of lessons. But you know, trying to stay clean and trying to do the right. Aruba, that's right. Yeah, but Aruba's not in South America, is it? I thought it was like around Puerto Rico or something. I'll have to look up Aruba. Maybe I've got the wrong thing. Hey, Kim. Yeah, and same to you. God bless you all, and peace be unto you, my brothers and sisters. Thank you. Peace to all. Thank you. Pass that along. Peace be to you, my brothers and sisters. You know, that's my big mantra now. You know, the universe has been yakking in my head. My spirit guides have been passing along. And as a warrior for Christ myself, um, and as you know, my feeling of the Christ consciousness is what did Jesus say when he was here? You know, right? I know, Alex. That's what I was thinking. Right, Aruba. But so in the Christ consciousness, what was his message? Peace be to you, my brothers and sisters. Everywhere he went, it was peace be unto you. And so, you know, we don't have to do a lot of preaching, but if we just start being kind to one another and bringing peace to each other, peace be to you, my brothers and sisters. That right there is a blessing. Without talking about what religion you may be with or what frame of mind you may be thinking, but if you bring peace to another human being by speaking those words, peace be unto you, you know, peace to you, brothers and sisters, but however you want to phrase it, but by bringing that simple thing, that's hard to argue with. Well, what religion are you? Doesn't matter. Peace be to you. Well, that sounds like something that Jesus would say. Well, yeah, but so did Buddha. And so did, you know, a lot of other people, you know. So you don't have to claim religion to bring peace to somebody. And isn't peace what we really want in this world right now? With all the wars and conflicts and arguments between people, ain't that really what we want? Isn't that really what we need? Is peace between us? You know, we can disagree, but we can do it peaceably. We don't have to throw bombs at each other, you know. So with kindness and care and a little bit of consciousness, you know, Yep. God is good. Absolutely. The creator is the creator of all. And in this consciousness, in this quantum field, in this quantum energy is where this God spirit lives. And it's there all the time, you know. And when we bring peace to ourselves and bring peace upon one another, we stimulate the quantum field. It starts going ding 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 tick tock. That's sort of like what the heart does. That's how it sort of works. Doom, 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 doom. One side pumps, and pumps into the other. One side brings it in and then pumps it over here. And doom, 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 doom. So as the heart is pumping, your blood through your system, we are pumping peace into the universe, and it's into the quantum. And so the more people who speak it, more people will hear it. And then that feeling will just be there, you know, without a religion, without preaching, it'll just exist, you know. And they were dreaming on me with this in mind the other day. And it was like this really big feeling in the universe. Could you imagine if everybody on the planet started? Yeah, karma exists, yeah, but and there are karmic exercises too, Dan, which is part of what they're trying to explain to me now, in that by using the words, peace be to you, we're spreading that without religion and without any attachments. You know what I mean? And if you say, well, God loves you, then people are going to say, well, which one? Well, I don't believe in God. And, but if you say, peace be to you, there's no God. Where's the argument? You can't argue with that. Who brings it? Doesn't matter. Well, Buddha said it, and Christ said it, and all these other people said it, but ain't that really what we need? So, there's no attachment to religion, you know? Nothing wrong with saying God is good, but there are people who are going to go, nah, God, you want to talk that God thing, now you're going to talk about religion, now you're going to talk about, if I just say, peace be to you, you can't argue with that. Not easily, anyway. There are naysayers who will say, well, peace will never exist, or you'll never get peace in our time, or something like that. But okay, they want to argue against the fact that peace could exist. And I say, well, the reason it doesn't exist are folks like you who say it can't or won't or couldn't, you know. And in my 71 years, I want to say this. I agree, Kim. But so for those folks who, don't want to open up their brain, let alone their heart, because somebody who wants to argue against peace, some of these intellectuals, we've always had war. There will always be war. There will never be total peace upon the earth. I agree with that. There's always going to be somebody arguing somewhere. But we can cut the big shit out. We can stop the rockets and the bombs and the strafing and the airplanes, and we can stop that. I believe that. But there might still be some rifle fire somewhere. There's going to be somebody that's going to take a pot shot at somebody. There's always going to be two folks arguing. It's part of the yin and yang of the universe. But we can stop dropping bombs on each other. We can be that peaceable, which would be a great improvement. I do feel we can stop throwing bombs at each other. Uh, I'm an alcoholic, have been for many years. Is there any wisdom you have? Oh, Dan, I was an alcoholic for, God, 30 years? Almost 40 years? I started drinking when I was 13 years old. I worked on a carnival, and drinking beer was like just part of the deal. Now, I didn't start really drinking till I was 17, but I'm 71 now, so count, you know. But I was drinking beer along the way. Now, don't get me wrong. Had been drunk many times before my 17th birthday. Um, and here's the thing, being an alcoholic myself, do you like it? For me, you know, I love drinking beer, and not just one kind of beer. I like going to a bar and saying, "What's on draft?" And then seeing something, well, I'll take a Heineken, or give me a, Budweiser, or give me a, something else, um, a Molson's, give me a Molson's, or now give me that Mexican beer over there, would try different beers. Yeah, but I loved it too, Dan. Don't get me wrong. But so I had to grow up and say to myself, look what the alcohol is doing to me. And as I get older, the amount of alcohol that's going into my liver, the amount of alcohol that's going through my kidneys and through my system and what it's doing to me. I mean, I got to the point where I smelled like beer. I smelled like alcohol. And when somebody said, "You've been drinking," I said, "No, I'm sober." But they could smell the alcohol in me still. And so I had to make the decision, as most folks who are alcoholics, you just have to say that's enough. Now, I have been one of these peoples where I cut down. So I did not completely stop till 10 years after I cut back on I stopped being an alcoholic, meaning I didn't have to have something to drink every day. And I used to drink beer every day with either some rum or Jack Daniels thrown in. And so then I got to the point where I would only drink on the weekends. Only on the weekends, whether it be beer or liquor or whatever, it was only on the weekends. And so that helped me dry out. But then I realized that I needed to stop doing that too. Because, yeah, I was good, and Friday came, and then sometimes it was Thursday, and then sometimes, well, it's Wednesday, it's hump day, let's have a drink. And, so there was always an excuse to want to drink. But it always has to come from the person. You got to make up your own mind. You got to say, that's it. That's it. I can go to a bar and sit and have a good time and not worry about drinking. I can drink Sprite or Mountain Dew or whatever. Um, but you got to make up your own mind. And listen, I talk to the universe. I asked my guardian angels and folks, I said, listen, I need to stop doing this. And it's a habit. So they were like, so stop buying this shit, Dave. Stop stopping at the damn store and getting a six pack. Yeah, but I really like to drink a beer once in a while. Stop stopping at the store and buying it. Stop going to the bar. Yeah, but I like hanging out with my friends. Well, until you can learn to stop drinking, stop going to the bar. And I had to give up like shooting pool and stuff. There were a couple of places you could shoot bill and shoot pool, and alcohol ain't the main thing. They sell beer, but they're not like a busy bar, you know. I tried to cut back, but when all of my friends around me are drinkers, and now you've given up. Oh God, I went through it for years. Oh, I didn't want to give it up. I wanted to be able to drink a beer, just a beer, just one beer, and that be it. And Creator gave me headaches so bad that I would throw up and have a hangover the next day as if I drank a case of beer. So, but I asked the universe, I asked the Creator, I said, listen, I know I need to quit drinking. And that it didn't matter what kind of beer. And I had given, I mean, I got Jack Daniels sitting in a pint right there that's never been opened. And it's there. If I want to drink, boom. Good. I'm not saying that you not have, have, I made my own homemade wine and I'm seriously thinking about making some more this year. Um, and having a drink and catching a little buzz, you know, um, I'm, I've got some, like Baileys, mix a little Baileys in with some coffee. Oh man, that to me is just like, I love the flavor of the Baileys and the thing. And, um, but as far as just showing up and tossing one back, nah, you know. Gin is actually good for you in certain types of gin, and for making what do you call it? When you mix some plants together and you mash them and you make, gin is a good thing for making that. Oh yeah, my body was absolutely, Dan. And my brain was just like, no, I can override this. No, I can have a beer once in a while. No, I can do that. Yet, yet, boy, bad. Let me tell you. I mean, one beer, and not even the whole thing. And I even tried drinking near beer because I really like drinking beer, but I don't. But I'm not drinking it for the alcohol. I really like drinking beer, And so it was like, no, you can't have any of it. Ah, come on now. How about some near beer? Nope. So, for me, it was a total got to give it up. Now, for other people, I know some friends of mine who, they literally can only have one or two beers, and that's it. Where we used to get drunk and pass out by the keg, uh, yeah, good old Jameson. Now, I never was a Jameson fan. Don't know why. Just wasn't. I guess a Tennessee bourbon, whiskey like Jack Daniels. Yeah, Kim. Now, see, this is, I love this black cherry, and there ain't but 5% black cherry in it, right? But I love this drink, and it ain't so much because it's an energy drink, but it is because I like the black cherry. So I've got, you know, different types of sodas that I drink. I don't drink the same type of soda all the time. I love my coffee. Um, and sometimes with a little chocolate in it. I don't have any Baileys or anything like that. I haven't had anything like that in a while. But speaking of which, if I was to do alcohol, it would be like some Baileys, that would be especially good. Well, Mr. John Stone, you keep up the good work, and you can come and hang out with us anytime you want to. Some of my best friends when I was 17 years old was my age. You know, I'm 17, and here I am sitting down and having a drink with a 71-year-old man, and having. You're only 12. Not good with American sizes. What is in millimeters? What is? So, Kim, how do you view the world at your age? I'm an old geezer, and I hope that you know that the future holds well for you younger folk. I'm not near as uh do you find it, do you look at it as doom and gloom, or do you see the future as like endless possibilities? Yeah, I'm absolutely, I am sorry about your mom. Yes. I've lost a few people myself over the years who, from um, they had their breast cut off and still died of cancer. It's a hard way to go. Isn't nice at all. So I've worked with doom and gloom for sure. See, and back when I was growing up, especially in Tampa, Florida, we were really close to Cuba, and there was the Cuban Missile Crisis. So we were all really worried about getting blowed off the face of the earth with nukes. Now that folks talk about it, but back then there was Russian ships in the Straits of Florida, which ain't real wide, and um, so there was some real tension back then. Now, not to say that there isn't tension now, but it's just not the same. I mean, we were literally hiding underneath our desks, thinking that we were going to get nuked at any minute. People just talk about it now. We're not crawling under our desk. We're not bringing in food to the school because if a nuclear war, we needed to have food in our classroom to feed the kids in the classroom. I mean, that we don't have that now, okay? And that was the way it was back then as far as the world goes, but for sure we can keep our personal lives and surrounding as peaceful. Yeah, thank you, Dan. That's a really good statement. Um, but see, if that's sort of my job, and I used to, do videos on the sky is falling, Chicken Little, the sky is falling, we're all gonna die, right? But no, recently my spirit guides and column, I think they have a little bit to do with ET sometimes, but it's like, no, cheer up. If everything is always doom and gloom, that's all you're ever going to get. You got to look forward to stuff in life. I have my future in my hand. Don't worry, I am maybe young, but my mind is above my age. That's good. God is with us all, and He will bless us all. Good. Good for you, Kim. Remember to honor the Creator. always. And remember to honor, get this, honor your ego. And what I mean by that is that if your ego gets away from you, then you will lose honor for yourself. If you honor yourself, then ego will stay in check. Because you got to stay positive about yourself, and you got to be, but at the same time, ego can't excel. Wait. Ego can't exceed. I got the wrong word. Ego can't exceed, your own personal honor. So if you have honor for yourself and who you are, and you want to be a good human being, and and you want to stay trusting with God and so forth, and be an honorable person, then your ego will stay with that. They will work in tandem. So don't know why I came up with that. See, that was inspiration. They just wanted me to say that for you. But it's good to chat with all you all, especially early in the morning. Maybe I should do some more early morning times. Um, Being able to chat with you folks, because for you new folks, when I was 10 years old, 11 years old, I had a full blown vision of Mother Mary in a small circle down in my woods near my house. And she told me that when I got older, she was going to ask me to have conversations with people, and that people would say that I'm a heretic, and that what I was speaking was heresy. That, I would lose a lot of friends and people would call me crazy. And that, and so for a bunch of years, I just didn't tell anybody about it. There were just a couple of people I told about it. And then I left the Catholic Church. I had deep conversations with one of my teachers, a nun from Tampa Catholic, who taught me a bunch of stuff and told me a bunch of things about the Catholic Church and about the Vatican and about religion and things and stuff. And, we were friends for years. And, but then all the studying on my own, and then finding, some elders through Native Americans, and I found out that I had my grandmother, great grandmother, and great great grandmother were all Cherokee. That that I actually did have a Native American, background in me. And so I started learning from the elders, and now I am a shaman in training. So, and that's a quick, from when I was 10 to now. And a few years back, I had a full blown vision here in my house of Mother Mary. And she was like, "You got to get after it. You got to start talking with people. You got to start bringing some of this stuff up." And I was like, "What?" And she said, "I'll let you know along the way." So here I am at, 6 o'clock in the morning, Eastern Standard Time, having chats with y'all, with people from around the world in different places, hoping that we can all discuss positive things without getting modeled or meddling or muddled up in religion, or which God is the best one. Doesn't matter. If you're going to honor yourself and honor your God and do good things in the world, don't care. Because what we believe as our core values is, do we believe that we want peace between us? Yes or no? Do you want to have peace on the earth? Yes or no? Is that yes? Okay. Then that's all I care. We want peace. I want peace. We want peace together. Don't care what religion. Don't care what your hair color is. You know, don't care if you're tall or short. Doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. You know, peace be to you, my brothers and sisters. 10 p.m. in Australia, and it's 11 p.m. in Fiji. That's interesting. How about that? Wow. God exists and doesn't take sides apart from the side of good. Yep. See, and I could get into religion because I, was raised Catholic and was an altar boy and I used to read the Bible and I used to do all these things. I was seriously thinking about becoming a priest. I, you know, and in a lot of ways, I didn't become a priest within the Catholic Church, but in my older age, I ended up becoming a shaman in training. I'm not a full fledged shaman in any way, do I claim. But the shaman is that more of it's not necessarily a religion, a particular religion, but for me, the shamanism is all about spiritualism for all of us, regardless of religion. So my shaman training is to learn how to be more spiritual. How can I see in the world? How can I 6 o'clock at Cambodia? Wow, Bible has more contradiction than Torah, and they all have some contradictions, you know. And one of the things that got me, I'll just sort of blurt this out. One of the things that got me, and how you doing, Sahil? Did I say that right? That's what it looks like. Um, but so in the religion part of this, um, everybody gets tied down to what clothes they're wearing, how long it's. Well, thank you, and good to see you. Um, that like, well, my God's better than your God. My God's better than yours. And in the Catholic religion, it says even in the Apostles' Creed that the Catholic Church is the one and only true church. You know, and other religions say the Apostles' Creed. And I've even heard them repeat that line. And it's like, you're a Baptist and you're reading that line? What? You know? And so, from my point of view as a Catholic, I was like, I don't believe this. I don't believe that the Catholic Church is the only one because there are people around the planet, that have never heard of it. And you mean that, and from a Catholic point of view, all those people are condemned. If they're a tribe of, natives in New Guinea and they don't know about the Catholic Bible, they're all condemned to hell, or at least to purgatory. Well, what happens to these people when it comes time for the last judgment? Well, God might let them into heaven, but they might just stay in purgatory. What? So no, we can't have a bunch of non-Catholics into heaven. That just wouldn't be right. And, that wouldn't be Catholic, like what? So growing up as a Catholic and having this being taught that, sorry, no, if you ain't got these certain sacraments, if you haven't been baptized and got this and that and received the Holy, you ain't getting in to the Catholic heaven. And I just said, nah, I don't, I can't go along with that. And I still don't, because I think and believe because of the quantum faction within the universe, as we will use it from the native point of view, it is the great mystery which is all around us. It is the great spirit is within us all, and around us all the time, not just on Sundays or, during prayer. The Creator is around us and within us all the time. And what we do affects everything all the time. There's a thing that I can't quote this exactly, but we are the elders of the future. Yeah, especially me at 71. I'm an elder, yeah. But so we as elders, even at you at 17 years old, you're an elder, because in truth, as you get older, you will become an elder because of the simple process of getting old and trying not doing it. But so as we are the elders of the future, and that we now, me as an elder, and what I say or do now can affect 3 generations in the future. What? We can affect 3 generations in the future by our actions now. So, how do I want 3 generations to look like now? Well, I want them to have peace. I want them to understand that me as a crazy old, hippie tree hugger, a pioneer and living off the land down here. Um, that there are old ways that are still good ways, and that to learn things and to stick close with nature. And so what do I want my future generations to learn? I want them to learn to be close to the Creator and close to nature, because the two of them are interlinked. And if you're close to nature, you're close to the Creator. And regardless of what religion my ancestors might have, that they will at least stay close to the nature and Creator. That's what I want in the future. Because if somebody is close to nature and the Creator, what more could one really ask? You know, because in the future, if it's so electronic and AI and stuff, if somebody is still close to nature, that would be like a really surprising thing versus being close to electronics or whatever. Peace is hard to come by, unfortunately. Yep. Oh, I continue to pray. In fact, at the end of all of my videos, what do you think about Islam is spreading faster than other religions? Um, Sahil, if I'm going to be honest, okay, it doesn't bother me. It really doesn't bother me about what religion and what's spreading. It's what's going into people's hearts. So what I find is that there are a lot of Christians who know. In fact, I had a conversation today with a friend of mine. Was it today? Yeah. And he was talking about the Bible, and he said, make sure you get a Bible that has this verse in it. Because years ago, I showed him that the old Catholic Bible and the newer Gideon's Bible were missing Psalms, and they were all mixed up. And, I argued with my son. He goes, "No, they're right here, Pops." And I said, "No, they're not." I said, "Look at this Bible." And I showed him my old Catholic Bible and his Gideon's Bible, which is, the King James Version. And the verses in the Psalms were not the same. There were literally 3 Psalms completely missing out of the King James Version that was in my version, the old Catholic Douay Rheims version of the Bible. 3 Psalms. There was other stuff missing too, and they were rearranged in the New King James Version. So it depends on what Bible you're reading. So my answer to that is that there are a lot of Christians who have looked online at the different versions of the Bible, okay? And they're like, so which one do I choose? So I think there is a distaste of, like, somebody says, well, do you read your Bible? I go, which one? I got an older version of the Bible. I trust it more than another one, right? But now, so Islam is spreading. Why? And I think people are going, wait a minute, I don't know which Bible to read, but there is something I want to be spiritual. There is something within me that wants to be spiritual. There is a need for people to be a part of a religion, to believe in something. And so if Christianity, and I don't blame Christians at all, which Bible do you choose? You don't know. You really don't know. The Catholic Church is so messed up, and all these other religions, it's all about money. You come to find out the pastor's been boogieing with a bunch of his parishioners, and, taking a little bit too much money from the church coffers and so forth. I mean, the religions are corrupt in so many ways. So why go Christian? So then maybe what I need is wait, I don't know. I've never read the Torah, the Quran, or whatever. I've never, I don't know what this is about. And I think, please don't be offended, but I think that some of this is a fad because of what I just said about the Christian and the Bible and so forth. So, so the fad is, not to be mean, the fad is we need something. We need a religion. We need to have something to have faith in. And so uh, Islam is like, well, why not try this? I've been free. I know I'm living in a simulation. Hey, Paladin, how you doing? So, but so if there are some people who have read it, they have, whatever it is, Islam has stuck with them, and they have, want to practice it. So it's like, okay, as long as you don't want to become a Unabomber, I'm good with that. I like orange colored light bulbs. Do you? Me too. Mine is a soft white 25 watt. What's with all the dots? Uh, can you read the Quran in your lifetime and sees what attracts people's in their hearts? Can I? No. I have read bits and pieces, but at my time in my lifetime, studying as I have with the elders, with many different tribes here in the United States, and also I've discussed it with some South American folk, but that the written word can be abused, okay, and has been abused, and is still being abused. But that the true meaning of God is not on paper. The true understanding of God, of the Creator, is not on paper. Black lights. Oh, yeah, I love black lights. If you didn't read the Quran, then you are escaping truth. No, no, I'm sorry. That's not it. It's because my spiritualness has been placed in another place, and that's what I'm trying to explain to you. There, it wouldn't matter if I read the Quran. In fact, in a way, it would be a waste of time for me, because my understanding of the creator and the consciousness of it is above any god. It is above any words in any book, but it includes all of the above as part of the creator, as part of source. So for me to read the Quran would just be a waste of time, because my understanding of the creator is above the words. So I know that to some people it's like, well, wait a minute, it sounds like you're being pretty damn cocky there, Dave. Well, no, because each and every one of us possess this. The creator's right here. It's all, we're swimming in it, you know? And we're swimming in the universe. We're swimming in the quantum. That means we're literally swimming in the creator. Every time we take a breath, we're breathing in the creator and breathing out parts of us into creation as the part of the universe. And so we are interacting with the creator at all, as long as we're breathing, we're interacting, you know? So it's not to be cruel or nasty to anybody's religion or to their God or belief. I don't, but that the creator includes all of that into the source energy of the universe. Because if you want to go to heaven, you're going to go to a gated community. Have you played Team Fortress? No, Mr. Air. I don't do video games anymore. But Quran praises David, Moses, Jesus, the other books. That's okay, and and there's nothing wrong with that, Sahil. Honest to goodness. But the things that I've been studying, attached with nature, and it's and with the quantum understanding, um, I've 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 read those books, and when I get done reading them, my hands go up and go, okay, so what good did that do me? My understanding of the creator and of the source and of the source energy has not changed. And somebody says, well, you don't see the truth. And I'm going to go, yeah, I see it. So, well, but did you read that? Yeah. Well, what does it mean to you? It didn't change my opinion of where I am with my understanding of source energy and um, my understanding of, y'all have gods and I got the creator, you know, and the creator doesn't need any words, doesn't need a book. And so a lot of folks will go, what? Oh, what? You gotta have a book. Well, you gotta have the Quran, or you gotta have the Bible, or you gotta have the Torah, or you gotta have a. No, I don't. Because if I understand that I'm swimming in a universe of the creator, if you really truly understand it, then all the books and all this other religion stuff is not necessary. Some people need it. Some people require it, you know? And some people have to be, like I was an altar boy, I had to be a part of it. And now it's like, oh man, that was a lot of wasted time, kneeling and praying and doing all this, and it's like I was doing it for the church. You do the praying and the religion and everything is for the church. It's for the religion. Get on your knees and bow east or west or whatever. And I'm not trying to be mean, but but and it's direction, and you got to do it this. But Native Americans are like this too now. You got to face the east if you want to do this, and you got to face the west if you want to do this. So directions are important in the ceremonies of things. But is the creator not going to hear your prayer if you're facing the wrong direction? I asked several medicine men that question. They said, Hawkeye, you need to say this prayer and you must face north. Okay, but what if I'm facing south? No, you must do the ceremony. And what if you must face north? Okay, no problem. But what if you're facing south when you do this ceremony? Is the universe, is creator not going to hear it because you're facing the wrong direction? And they was like, well, you must. And I said, well, listen, they were evaluating me, okay? Because I had learned, the spirit had taught me to do certain things. And so he was watching me and he goes, man, you got this down, but you were facing south and you should have been facing north. That's why I asked the question. And so I did all these other things right without any instruction except from the universe. And I'm doing it this way, but I'm facing south. And I know you must turn around and do this thing. And I'm like, no offense, but I've been doing this ceremony facing south now for a little while. And the universe seems to think it's okay. Because if you're doing something wrong, it's like, no, you just don't seem like you're facing the right direction. And you move around, you move around, you move around, and all of a sudden it goes click, and you go, yep. Facing south works for this. But now the instructions from words passed down from, medicine man to medicine man, I'm facing the wrong direction. Okay. So, but does I stand true back to this. Does the universe not hear the prayer because I'm facing south? That's the thing. So my ceremony doesn't count because I'm facing south. None of my prayers, none of my actions, none of the things that I have done, fasting and praying and whatever, none of it does any good because in the last bit of I'm facing south, it doesn't work. So in my universe of things, as long as you're saying the prayers, as long as you're making the effort to communicate with the universe, as long as you're trying to elucidate peace, as long as your motives are good and honest and truthful, and you're honoring yourself and you honor and respect other people, cheers. I'm on your side. I'm on your side. If you want to read the Quran or the Torah or whatever, I don't care. And it doesn't mean that, if it means a lot to you, then it means a lot to me for you, but not for me. And there are some people that have claimed, they say, Dave, you're being a little egotistical about your understanding of God, and to other folks, the answer is yes. Yeah, I'm still alive for the moment, but I'm not going to be. I'm going to smoke this cigarette and tell y'all goodbye. But, but as part of this quantum understanding, and the more I have been swimming in the quantum energy, because, some of you new folks have not listened to some of my other videos where, I've been out on the water, late at night and have been physically just taken up into the universe and just it's unbelievable experiences. And so, it's like, um, it sounds like I'm trying to, put everybody else down, but it is a higher form of thinking. I think at the core of all the teachings lead to this point you mentioned, Dave. Thank you. Because the core value is, peace and love. Yeah, but by which means? Doesn't matter, you know. Yeah, but I read the Quran. Okay. You believe in peace and love? Uh-huh. Okay. Well, I'm a Christian. Okay. Do you believe in peace and love? Yeah. Okay. So it doesn't matter. So to me, I am that person, that despite the religion, I can see them all and I understand enough of them all, and I give them all credit to help people find spiritualism. But for me, none of them matter because my core value not doesn't seem to be above it, but my core value of peace and love and harmony is beyond it, meaning that all these words and everything are great to inspire people to find this place that I understand that includes all of them, not just one, and not arguing and this is a better one of the whatever. No. Do we all believe in these core values? Yes. That's it. Well, but you should read the Bible. Why? If I'm to this point of understanding, then why does reading the Bible, what good is it going to do me? Because I already understand this. So, but wait a minute, but the Quran has, okay, but I already understand this. What's the core value? What it's going to say? It's going to teach me to be peaceful, and it's going to teach me to have love, and it's going to teach me to, be one with the universe. Okay, these three things. All right. Well, I already understand that. So why should I read another book? Not to be rude or crude, but why should I read another book when I already understand these basic principles? I can't get any closer to the basic principles than I already feel. Despite whatever book might be out there, I can't get any closer to the Creator than I already am. Not to be rude to other people, but well, you just don't know God. Well, but you don't understand what I understand. You won't include what I understand about God or about the Creator or about the quantum field in the universe. You're not understanding it the way I am, but I understand you and your need for God. I get it. Go ahead. Read your Bible, read your Quran, read whatever text it is. And then, no offense, but then catch up with me. I'm waiting. Let's have the conversation without the books. I'll bring tea bags so smoke or take the piss already did as per element. That's why I'm not. But he'll to pay for those who don't fight. He the what did not give toilet paper taking custody before. That's cute, Stephen. But so you know, like I've told a lot of folks, I've been to many powwows, and the Native American folks always say a prayer to the Christian God. And then they say a prayer to the creator. And for a long time, but I was like, there ain't one as good for the other. And no, and in their eyes, they learned about God from the Bible, and that God in the Bible deserves praise and prayer. And so they do. But in the scheme of the great universe and the great mystery and of the creator, which includes God, what? With the creator, it includes God. So they say a prayer to God, started with a small g, but then they say a prayer to the creator, which includes God, the Christian God, or the whatever God. So the creator includes everything, not just a God, you know? So it's like when I started understanding the difference and when I started seeing that, oh my God, there's a creator and then there's God and then there's, oh my God, I was like, what? So, but to the higher standpoint of thinking, to the understanding with your soul and your soul's energy, because when, being taken up in the spirit and physically, out of body, and they take you up and show you around, and you go, wow, you know what? None of that stuff matters. None of that stuff down there matters. There are some people that need to hold on to that book for dear life, and that's where their faith lies. But they won't put their faith in the universe. They'll put their faith in a book and cling to it, but they won't put their faith into the universe. Interesting, right? So put your faith into the universe and believe. Believe we are all a part of it right now, and we have been. We're breathing in and out the energy of the universe. Thank the universe for what we get every single day. Just be thankful. You can say be thankful to God, okay, but when you get done saying thanks to God, and then say thanks to the universe, because God's a part of the universe. And the universe needs to hear your prayer as well. Thank you, God. Thank you, universe. you know, and peace be upon you, my brothers and sisters. We will never be totally at peace because we have to have the yin and yang. We have to have the light and the dark, but we can control how much killing there is. Did chorus all time stand still today, yesterday, tomorrow? God's fear their days are numbered. And is that creator going to find way for all? God's message come from prophets, whether it's Jesus, David, Moses, Muhammad. You're denying them all and says, I know. I'm not denying them. Moses and David and all them folks was a long time ago. This is right now. The Old Testament is the Old Testament. It's good stories that happened back then. Am I denying them? No. They say what happened and whatever, and okie dokie. But today, does what David or Solomon or somebody say affect me? Maybe by inspiration, but then what? God's method come from prophets, whether it's Jesus. Yep. You are denying them all the days I know everything. Nope. That's just it, Sayo. I'm not denying them. That you misunderstand me. So you say Moses is still living, the prophets are still living. So, but I'm asking you from both sides, what are they teaching? Love, peace, and honor. Okay, I got it. I understand it. I don't need any more words. I'm not denying them. I got it. If I get their message, if I understand their message, should I keep reading it over and over and over again if I get it? Should I keep reading the same book over and over and over? Well, I get this. Do you? Yeah, well, I get this. Are you sure? Well, I get this. Well, I get it. So then there are people who come up to me and will go, yeah, but you got to keep reading it. Well, why? If I get the message, then I got it. So who are you to tell me that you don't believe I got the message? If I understand God's message, I got it. I don't have to read anything more. Well, but you got to read this to get, but if I got the message, I got it. Cosmos full of gods, of lords and hosts, they broke our brains. That's why all can't get messages. I agree with that. But so for me, I went through all these different religions and all these different readings and all these different prayers in my lifetime. And then I finally got the message, you know, and I was like, wow, holy crap, I got it. So, what I'm trying to explain to y'all is, despite what you read or do, I pray that you all will get it one day. And you'll go, holy crap. you know, I've had friends of mine who called me crazy years ago. And then all of a sudden, they got it. They just got it. They understood. They went, oh, I get it. I'm not reading Scientology, Book of Mormon, or any other religious text anymore. Yeah, I was reading the Book of Mormon too. There's some interesting stuff that old John Smith, you know, just that was some weird stuff, and for millions of people to believe in it, just thump 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 thump. If you ever watch that, the thing that South Park did on the Mormons. You need to read the Bible and Torah. You don't read them. That's why you're parroting what you've been told. Undertake. Here's the thing. As a Catholic, as a quote Bible toting Christian for the early part of my life and and sort of beyond, but in that here's what this book is trying to teach you. And you say, okay, so I've read the book and I've learned the lesson. I've learned it. I got it. Be kind to people and do, the base. Be good, right? And somebody else comes along and go, no, you're wrong. Your version of right, listen now, your version of right is wrong. Pay attention. Because the people with the Quran say the people with the Bible are wrong. And the people with the Bible say the people with the Quran are wrong. That their version of right or wrong, their version of God is wrong. When the bottom line of both religions is to live in peace and harmony. So what does the Quran teach? To love God and be kind, okay. What does Christianity do? It teaches to love and be honorable and okay. So ain't that the same? Isn't that core value of those religions, ain't they the same? So did you learn the lesson from either one of the books to make your core values to where you are going to be a good person and follow these basic moral rules and laws? Then you don't need a book. You've learned the lesson. You understand what it means. May God guide you to the light path. There are people who need to read the Quran. There are people who need to read the Bible. I've read so many books in my lifetime. I get it. I understand. But see, there are people then who will say, well, you're just trying to rise above it all and trying to be better than that. Not what I'm saying at all. If I understand what the prophets meant or mean, if I understand it, that's that, right? And who am I to say that you don't know what you're talking about? I can't. If you're still reading the Quran and you need the Quran, God bless you. Go for it. Because I know that you're studying to try to understand what the universe means. If I got it, if I get what the prophets were saying, to me, that's that. I feel attached. I feel close to God all the time because I'm swimming in the Creator. I'm swimming in the source energy of the universe all the time. Yep, pretty much. But I'm tripping, see. I've been taking my heart medicine and I'm tripping. Oh, I took a bunch of LSD in my day. Yep. Had a bunch of mushrooms. Yeah, I was the acid kid for a long time. What time is it? Oh, it's almost 7:00. Holy crap. 5 hours and 3 minutes. I've been on here a while. But anyway, so I'm not against anybody's religion. I'm really not. And I'm there are people that I know that require. A good friend of mine stopped by today. You know, he requires the Bible in his understanding of spirituality. Him and his other folks within the church that he goes to. And, but at the same time, he has an attachment to what the animal cards say and to what the animals represent from the Native Americans' point of view to how we should interact with the universe. and the signs that are all around us, that is nature, animals, and other things, that, those are representations of the God source. Nature is. And so when we watch it and pay attention to the universe through nature, we are so connected to the source, it's almost hard to believe. My grandchildren won't have anything to do with me. By the way, they're too busy to understand any of this. You are my grandchildren. You know, that's one reason why I'm here at 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock in the morning, after 5 hours of chit chatting. You are my grandchildren, you know, because, you can still have religion, you know, but then there are people. Now I say, because I have studied a lot. I have studied a lot. All right. Spirituality. I didn't just come to my decision lightly. And it's been hard for me to try to explain my own spirituality to other people. But here's the thing, and I have been, my spirit guides have just been beating me up over the years. You got to tell people that you can be spiritual without a religion. It's simple, you know, because the source energy is all around us. Quit fighting about religion and just be spiritual. Well, but you need the Quran. Well, not everybody does. Some people do. Some people are switching. Some people are reading it for the first time. Good for them. I mean it. Good for them. If but they're looking for something spiritual, and that's what's important. There are people out there that ain't doing nothing. They don't care about being spiritual at all. But if people are like, well, I read the Bible, don't really care, but I picked up the Quran and something struck in me. Well, good for you. Something hit you spiritually. That's what's important to me, anyway, and to the universe. To be spiritual, to understand something other than, just this crazy life. So, but to the same point, for there's so many souls out there that are lost, you can be spiritual and find spiritualism without a religion or any kind of gizmos that you might need, like to learn witchcraft. You don't have to be Wiccan. You don't have to be a part of any cult to have spiritualism or to be connected to the universe. So as I wrap up this session of 5 hours and 7 minutes, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe that's always out there in the quantum. All you got to do is learn how to understand it and pick it up. So remember, if there's anything to learn, regardless of your religion, be spiritual. Keep your core value. What is it? To be positive, to be, helpful and loving and kind and honorable and respectful, you know, stick with those things, regardless of your religion or regardless of who you are. Stick to those core values and you won't go wrong. That God teaches you that without knowing any book and criticize this book and saying it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time for me, Sahil, not to you or to other people. I'm telling you, I've read so many books, I've read so many things, I've practiced many religions, okay? And to me, it would be a waste of time to read it now. That's all. Other people, it's not a waste. For me, I'm very sorry that you don't understand my position. But you can read several books on a certain thing. And when you understand what it is and you say, well, I get this scientific, I've read 3 books on science and I understand what they're talking about. I get it. Well, I've read several books on religions and I get it. What's the difference? None. Uh, big trouble, little Chinatown. So, Saeed, I know other people that, they love reading it and they love reading the Bible. Good for them, honestly. For me, at my age and for what I've learned and understood and understand, it would be a waste of time to read it because there's nothing in it that would change my mind about how I feel about the universe. That's not to be rude or crude, but I seriously doubt there's anything in there that would change my mind about how I feel about the universe. That's all. And it's nothing against the Quran or Allah or the religion or people who practice it. It ain't got nothing to do with that. It doesn't. And please don't take offense. But it's been 5 hours and 11 minutes that I've been doing this. I seriously love you all. Keep fighting the good fight and keep staying religious. If that's what you need to be to hold you to this place and to give you that spirituality, then go for it. But what's good for you ain't good for somebody else. And the criticism of peoples is what keeps us from being together. That Allah's a better God than the Christian God, or somebody's God is better than that one. That's where we need to stop arguing. If you need, read the Quran and learn the spiritualism. But if somebody's reading the Bible, don't criticize them because both of you are trying to learn how to be holy. You're both trying to learn how to be spiritual. You know, so find and exchange what you've learned between the books. I've talked with people from Islam and we've had conversations and, and I get a lot of stuff. And so ain't that good? So keep talking amongst ourselves and stop arguing. Well, the Quran's better and Allah's, just stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Exchange your ideas and share for God's sake, literally, share what you've learned between religions, okay? And then one day, maybe you'll understand where I'm coming from, okay? I love you all, and I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. They're out there, my friends. And until next time, Bell, thank you. Thumbs up. Cheers, everybody. Have a great day. Have a great weekend coming up. Where's that button at? There you are. So be safe, be kind, be well,